Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here, to those in person, to those who are live streaming, and to those who are joining us from Catalina. I will ask our general counsel to take a roll call.
Thank you. Member Lopez. Vice President Otto.
Here.
President Craighead.
Here.
Member Benitez.
Here.
Member Miller.
Here.
Student Member Arroyo.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I will ask our student board member to lead us in the pledge.
Please stand. Ready, begin.
The board has been meeting in closed session regarding matters listed on today's agenda. The board took action on the following items. On item 3.1, the board voted 5-0 to approve the following actions. To approve the expulsion of student ID numbers 201130469. The student will be eligible to apply for readmission after January 23, 2026. To approve the expulsion of student ID number 201153514, and to suspend the enforcement of the expulsion orders pursuant to Education Code Section 48917, and provide an opportunity for the student to attend another school within the district. The student will be eligible to apply for readmission after January 23, 2026. On item 3.3, the board voted 5-0 to approve the appointment of Lauren Lee to acting activity specialist at Cabrillo High School. And now we are at adoption of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I move to approve with a slight change in the agenda, if you will entertain the motion, or I can get a second, which is to move, just in the order of new business under 16, if we could move item number 16.7 to the beginning of new business. In the past a few meetings, we've had students give public comment, and for obvious reasons, they're not able to stay, and we've gone very late. So, you know, in respect to students, if we could move that item to the first item of new business, that way, when we get to that item, they can be around for the discussion. At our last meeting, I had asked them to stay, and I actually, it was better for them not to stay because we stayed so long. Of course, we want you to stay, but we also understand students have school tomorrow and schedules and homework that they need to attend to. So I move to approve with a suggested change, minor change, of moving item 16.7 as the first item under new business.
Second.
Any discussion? We'll do a roll call vote.
Member Lopez.
Aye.
Vice President Otto.
Aye.
President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
Member Miller.
Aye.
And Student Member Arroyo.
Aye.
Passes.
Thank you. So when we get to that item, well, I'll remind everyone that we're taking it out of order. Okay, I don't know if we have our student representative. He's not here yet. Well, maybe we'll get to him if we can, but I don't see him here. So we'll move on to our vision in action. So I'll have our attention turned to the screens.
So a teacher librarian provides access to information for all students. I don't just check out books to kids. I make sure that kids have access to fiction, nonfiction, articles, video content. I teach them how to be independent library users.
I really try to expose my students to different kinds of books. So I really try to challenge them to go beyond what they already read. But it's not just that. I collaborate with teachers on lessons, how to promote literacy.
I want students leaving my school knowing how to use any library that they walk into.
Elementary, middle, and high school, the library kind of serves as a hub of literacy when teachers, students, and parents need access to literary resources, if they need help accessing information. The library kind of serves as the gateway to that information.
Having a library on campus gives me this sort of freedom when it comes to reading books. You know, it has different types of books I can read for information or just for fun. And they help me out in my classes and just my hobbies. It feels like a nice, chill environment.
I like that she mentioned it's a nice, chill environment in the library. So in honor of our school librarians, we have a resolution that's part of our consent calendar, but since we're talking about libraries, I'm going to ask our student board member to read that resolution.
A resolution of the Governing Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District proclaiming April as School Library Month. Whereas April 2025 has been designated the 40th Annual National School Library Month, and whereas the teacher librarian's role is to provide the leadership and expertise necessary to ensure that the school library is an integral part of the instructional program of the school, and whereas research indicates that schools with a quality school library staffed by certificated teacher librarians outperform those without such programs, regardless of the school community's parent education levels, poverty levels, ethnicity, or percentage of English learners. And whereas the school library continues to the individual growth and development of all students while fostering both excellence and equity in education. And whereas school libraries provide materials that will develop literary, cultural, aesthetic appreciation, and ethical standards. And whereas school libraries provide materials which reflect the ideas and beliefs of social, political, historical, religious, and ethnic groups, and their contributions to the American and world heritage and culture. And whereas school libraries provide materials to meet individual needs, varied interests, abilities, socioeconomic backgrounds, and maturity levels of the students served. And whereas school libraries are a fun place for students to go, and all students deserve a well-managed library to provide for free expression and access to ideas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District commends and expresses deep gratitude to our teacher librarians and library media assistants, and urges everyone to thank and honor them for their vital service to students.
Thank you for reading that. It's always nice to acknowledge our teachers, our staff, definitely our teacher librarians. So to all of our teacher librarians, thank you for what you do. Let's see, next on the agenda, we have public testimony for items listed on the agenda. So I will go to our general counsel for that.
We have 6 speakers for items listed on the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. First up would be Jason Goldfisher.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jason Goldfisher. I'm here to speak on item 15.1 on the agenda as a Long Beach resident. But before I get started with that, I'd like to actually say some thank yous. So as a teacher at Long Beach School for Adults, I'm incredibly proud of the work that we do for our community. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Brown, Board President Diana Craighead, and Director Wendy Poffenberger for attending our spring fair last night, and to Principal Nicole Lopez for organizing the event. The fair is held twice a year. It showcases our programs, resources, and the amazing students and safe place for our immigrant communities that we serve. It's always so meaningful when district leadership shows up to see the great work happening at Long Beach School for Adults. I also want to thank the board and district for providing us with a beautiful new home in North Long Beach, a space where we can grow and expand the programs that uplift and empower our adult learners. Now I'm going to switch my hat, and now I'm a resident of Long Beach again. Oh, no, I'm not done yet, sorry. And I also wanted to do a shout out to the band that performed. So the band that performed was a group from Poly High School, a group of Poly High School students, and they're called Grupo Cuenta Exclusiva, and they were simply phenomenal. So they absolutely deserve the recognition, and you can follow them on Instagram at Cuenta Exclusiva _. All right, now I'm going to change my hat back to a Long Beach resident, and I'm here to talk on agenda item 5.1 regarding ethnic studies. As many of you know, anti-Semitism has been rising exponentially both here in the US and across the globe. Hate crimes against Jews are now the #1 most reported hate crime in both California and the nation. This disturbing trend is the result of a decades-long effort of propaganda, misinformation, and harmful narratives pushed through social media, certain organizations, higher education, and recently even some teachers' unions and ethnic studies curricula. Just last week, a California Department of Education ruled, for the first time, that a Northern California district's ethnic studies curriculum violated Ed Code and marginalizes and discriminates against Jewish students. This ruling is likely the first of many. But here's what I want to say tonight. Long Beach Unified has come a long way in the last year and a half, and I'm here simply to say thank you. Thank you for working to create safer, more inclusive learning environments for all our diverse Long Beach communities. Thank you for building an ethnic studies curriculum that is aligned with Assembly Bill 101, that is free from bias and hate, and is reflective of the inclusive city, of our inclusive city and its many voices. It's a curriculum that encourages students to think critically and not just be told what to think. It is in this important area, Long Beach Unified can serve as a model for districts across the state and even the nation. That's something we should all be extremely proud of. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Esperanza.
Buenas tardes. Soy mamá, mi nombre es Esperanza Salgado. Soy mamá de ya hijos graduados de high school y la universidad.
Good afternoon. My name is Esperanza Salgado. I am a mother of children of high school graduates and university graduates.
Hoy vengo en apoyo a estudiantes que están preocupados por cómo ustedes los están apoyando en estos momentos de incertidumbre en relación a inmigración.
I come to support students who are concerned with the way that you are supporting them and these moments of related to in relation to immigration.
¿Cuáles son los pasos que como estudiantes deben de estar alertas? A veces las informaciones que se reciben de personas malintencionadas perturban la estabilidad emocional a los estudiantes.
What are the steps that as students they should be on alert? Sometimes the information that they receive from people that have bad intentions affect their emotional instability to the students.
Ellos están preocupados y no creo que puedan tener su mente clara para estudiar. A mí me gustaría que ustedes pudieran decirles que no se preocupen, que estarán ustedes ahí para ellos. Inmigración tiene su propia voz. Los estudiantes deberían sentirse protegidos por ustedes como distrito.
They are concerned, and I don't think that they have a clear mind to study. I would like for you to tell them that they shouldn't be concerned, that you guys are there for them, that immigration has their own voice. The students should feel protected by you as a district.
Por años y por experiencias con mi hijo, me decía: mamá, me siento incómodo, cómo migración trata a las personas deportadas, y a veces se frustraba y no podía entender por qué el estatus era importante en este país. A como podíamos nosotros como sus papás lo animábamos a seguir adelante, pero hoy los estudiantes están preocupados. Por favor, queremos una respuesta para ellos.
For years, and with experiences with my son, he would tell me, Mom, I feel uncomfortable with the way immigration treats the deported people. And sometimes he would get frustrated, and he couldn't understand why the status was very important in this country. How can we, as parents, how can us as parents encourage him to continue? But the students are concerned. Please give us a response for them.
Yo como mamá de personas preparadas para ser parte importantes en este país, mi hijo, a pesar de su estatus, es una persona, estudió arte, periodismo, es una persona que está muy adentro y entregado a su comunidad y apoyando a los estudiantes que vienen atrás. Yo le doy muchas gracias al distrito porque yo por años tuve muchas experiencias bonitas y ellos son ahorita, mi hijo es una gran persona, humildemente lo digo, pero orgullosamente lo digo, gracias a ustedes como distrito, porque aquí está la prueba. Mi hijo está adelante. Mi hija, por causas de enfermedad de diálisis, no pudo avanzar, pero le está echando muchas ganas a la vida. Y pues ahorita el apoyo es para estudiantes que están asustados. Muchas gracias. No, ya no lo noté.
Okay. My son, thank you. My son is a person who studied art and journalism. He is a person dedicated to the community. He's supporting the students that are coming forward. Thank you to the district because we had 4 good years of experience. My son is a great person. I proudly and humbly say it. He is a very great person. My daughter, unfortunately, due to her having dialysis, wasn't able to move forward. But thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Irma Ferrara.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Irma y yo vengo a hablar del punto 16.7. En la agenda vivo en el distrito número 1 con 3 estudiantes en este distrito y 2 graduados.
Good afternoon. My name is Irma, and I've come to talk about 16.7. I live in the district, and I have 3 students in the district, 2 that have graduated.
Estoy aquí pidiendo porque haya más protecciones para nuestros estudiantes.
I am here because I want more protection for our students.
Para que ellos puedan continuar asistiendo, ya que muchos de nuestros estudiantes tienen miedo.
So that they could continue to attend, since a lot of our students are scared.
Y quizás algunos no tanto por ellos mismos, sino por sus compañeros.
And maybe some of them not just for themselves, but for their peers.
Les pedimos que por favor instruyan al personal escolar que distingan las diferentes órdenes que hay y que ICE no les intimide.
We ask that you instruct all school personnel so that they learn to distinguish the different orders that are available and that ICE doesn't intimidate them.
Y que por favor no permitan que procedan a nada en contra de los estudiantes.
And that please do not allow them to proceed with anything against the students.
Y que por favor no sigan separando familias porque perjudica a todos los estudiantes.
And please don't continue to separate families because it affects all the students.
Me gustaría que de alguna manera los informen qué es lo que ustedes están haciendo con respecto a esto, a ellos y a nosotros como padres.
I would like to know that if any way possible, you let us know what you are doing in respect to them and us as parents.
Puede ser por textos, con talleres o algo, porque a la actualidad dicen tener políticas, pero nosotros como padres no sabemos y ni ellos tampoco. Les pido tomen atención en esto. Gracias.
It could be through text or workshops or something, because actually, you say you have policies, but we as parents don't know of anything regarding this. I ask that you take attention in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabby Hernandez.
Hello, my name is Gabby Hernandez, and I serve as Executive Director for Orale. And we hear from hundreds of parents every day. Parents that are scared, parents that are fearful of having permanent separation from their families. And so we're here because of that, because we're hearing every single day how terrified they are. I also appreciate the work that has been done to protect our students and the policies and the work that is moving. But I do think it could be stronger. And I think we could have done it faster. The current administration came into office on January 20th. And I think this is something that we could have done before they came into office. Some tangible and tools that folks can use to be able to protect themselves. And so I'm here to ensure that the policy, as it reads, it also removes exigent circumstances as part of the policy. We believe that no matter what the circumstances are, no student should be turned into ICE or parents or records that they have. In addition to that, I would like to talk about implementation. As you heard from some parents here today, there may be things that you are doing, but they're not aware of it. So I think there's something that we have to do there as well, especially for non-English speaker parents. They need to be able to get this information. They're the ones that are affected the most at this point. So figuring out ways to get this information to them is critical. I also want to mention that we need to be able to have professors, your teachers, your school staff be trained so that they know how to respond in the case that ICE were to come to your school. And that those training needs to be throughout the entire district. And it needs to be done as soon as possible. As I mentioned, these attacks are intense and they're happening every single day. There's a new policy that comes out every single day where it's attacking immigrant communities. And I think I also want to mention that when kids are dealing with this, it's so difficult to focus in school, right? When your parents may be separated from you permanently, you cannot focus or be in a healthy mind and be going to school and learning. So I think we need follow-ups as well when it comes to parents. If somebody were to be detained, whether it's in the school grounds, around the school grounds, we need to be able to follow up with those parents as a district to ensure that they get the resources that they need. Again, if a student's dealing with this at home, there's no possible way they could be in a healthy mind to be able to pay attention in school. So I want to make sure that we're aware of that. And again, this needs to happen yesterday. And so I encourage you all to vote today on the policy that you have in front of you and that you make these changes that we just requested so that there are no circumstances where ICE can ever take any student or parent or record from you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Maribel Cruz.
Hello, my name is Maribel Cruz. I am the Associate Director with Orale, and I am here as a sister of a 7th grader at Rogers Middle School and as an undocumented person that navigated the Long Beach School District. Let me tell you, being an undocumented student in the school district back in the early 2000s was hard. But what undocumented students and their families are facing today is something that I've never seen before. Immigrants are being targeted every single day, even more so since January 20th of this year. I appreciate what's been done so far, and there are many things that can be strengthened to ensure the safety of immigrant students. But before I share, we must acknowledge that the current administration is using all its legal tools to literally hunt down undocumented people. Locally, we have the power to push back and not accept the targeting of students, families in our communities. As a school district, you should all use your available resources to protect your students and their families. There are tangible ways that you can do this. First, the district should clearly say that judicial warrants signed by a judge are the only ones that are valid. Second, the policy should remove exigent circumstances because we believe that no one should ever be removed from school campus ever for no reason. There are many undocumented students on your campuses, many of which who may be afraid to even disclose their legal status to anyone in their surroundings. By having a policy that shows real protections for these students, it sends a message that they are not alone, that they have a community that will fight back. Together, we can push the boundaries for the protections of every student in this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marisol Alcocer.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Marisol Alcocer y soy madre de una graduada de Jordan, uno de Cabrillo, y actualmente mi hijo está en Hamilton Middle School.
Good afternoon. I am a mother of three children, two who have graduated from Jordan and Cabrillo, and one currently at Hamilton.
Yo como madre de un estudiante de la middle school me doy cuenta del miedo que tiene en asistir a la escuela.
Me, as a mom of a student with a child in middle school, I know how he feels to attend the school.
Y también de sus compañeros de escuela. Todos los estudiantes del distrito sería muy devastador que separaran las familias.
And also his peers. All of the students in the district, it would be devastating that I separate their families.
Y como el distrito de Long Beach no debería involucrar el ICE en las escuelas.
And as a Long Beach School District shouldn't involve ICE at schools.
Porque ahorita los niños se sienten con demasiado miedo y muchos niños han estado ausentes por lo mismo de que no quieren ir por miedo a que ICE los llegue a deportar.
Because a lot of students are scared and they've been absent because they're fearing that they're going to be deported.
Es por eso que yo como madre estoy muy preocupada y pido al distrito por favor, de que no se involucre ICE en las escuelas, en ninguna escuela del distrito escolar, ya sea elementary, middle school o high school, y que los niños se sientan seguros.
That's why, as a mom, I am concerned that the district doesn't get ICE involved in the schools, whether it be elementary, middle, or high school.
Y que de alguna manera hagan saber como ustedes, como personal del distrito, a los estudiantes que todo estará bien para que no tengan ningún miedo en asistir a las escuelas.
And that you let staff know, to let the students know that everything's going to be okay so they're not as afraid to attend school.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker for on-agenda items.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, I noticed that you were taking a lot of notes on the subject matter from some of our speakers. Is there something you'd like to share, like clarification on what we've done so far?
Just an expression of gratitude for everything that's been said. Many of the things that are informing our policy are actually in the policy that the board will take action on this evening, and they come directly from community input, including those who are present in the room this evening. So thank you so much for what you've shared, and we continue to want to be in true partnership with you. Much appreciation.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have public testimony on items not listed on the agenda.
We have 5 speakers tonight. And the first speaker is Ryan Dennis.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. Myself and my wife are a parent of a child attending first grade at Emerson Middle School. And what I'd like to do is read to you, and my wife will help me out, I hope, an email that we sent on March 13th, followed up on March 21st, and then ended up reaching out over the phone yesterday to Elmer Manzanares, who informed us that the original email had gone to his junk folder. And please forgive me if I mispronounce any names or omit titles, but the email was also addressed to Diana Craighead, Douglas Ott, Maria Isabel Lopez, Juan Benitez, Eric Miller, Dr. Lushandra Priolo, Miruna Watu Latskar, Superintendent Baker, Dr. Valderrama, as well as Elmer Manzanares. Elmer shared that he would forward the email to his supervisors and colleagues in his office, but we have yet to receive confirmation that worked out as well. So to the board and Superintendent Baker, speaking on behalf of many other parents of children in collaborative co-teaching schools and classes at Emerson, we strongly advocate for the continuation and expansion of the CCT program, the Collaborative Co-Teaching Program, ensuring that both a general ed and a special ed teacher remain present full-time through the 5th grade. We've seen firsthand the profound impact of this program on our children's learning experiences, providing them with the support, guidance, and encouragement needed to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. Yet now, this critical program is being phased out after the 2nd grade, moving to part-time in 3rd grade, leaving students in grade 3 through 5 with only part-time support from a special ed teacher. This raises urgent questions. What happens to the students who flourished under this full-time collaborative co-teaching model? What about those students who still need the structured, consistent support of a special ed teacher all day? Will these students be placed into mild and moderate classes or moderate severe classroom instead? If so, wouldn't that contradict the district's own commitment that all kids are general ed kids? Reducing this or removing the support that they've come to rely on doesn't foster inclusion, it undermines it. Some might argue that scaling back CCT classes encourages the students' independence, but true independence, we believe, is built through the right support and not through the removal of it. You don't teach a child to swim by taking away their life vest before they're ready. You don't teach a student to read by eliminating the phonics instruction they need. And likewise, you don't create independence by stripping away the foundation that's allowed a student to succeed and gain it in the first place. We do not believe that CCT classes are about dependence. It's about empowerment, provide students with targeted instruction in their least restrictive environment.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Judith Nguyen.
This is a continuation of that email. We are deeply concerned that the reduction of full-day collaborative co-teaching supports raises serious legal and ethical issues. Under the Individuals with Disability Education Act, all students are entitled to a free, appropriate public education, which includes the services and accommodations they need to succeed in an inclusive setting. The CCT model was designed to provide individualized instruction and targeted interventions throughout the day. Replacing this with only part-time support from a special education teacher undermines that purpose. The change disrupts students' learning and may violate federal and state education laws. When this program was first implemented, it was presented to parents and educators as a full K to 5th grade initiative. That was the vision, that was the promise. Families of current 4th and 5th graders expected their children would continue in CCT classrooms, just like the students before them. Changing course midstream breaks trust with families and leaves students without support they were promised. Many students with disabilities rely on consistent specialized instruction to build foundational skills and make progress. Without full-day support, this may miss critical intervention moments, lose access to instruction tailored to their individualized education plans, and face a greater risk of regression. These aren't small setbacks. They can significantly impact long-term academic outcomes. Social and emotional development is at risk. The structure, consistency, and support of full-day co-teaching creates an environment where students build confidence from peer relationships and feel safe. Taking that away could lead to higher anxiety, isolation, and a loss of self-esteem as students struggle to keep up without the accommodations they need. Scaling back services without proper assessment could raise civil rights concern under IDEA, Section 504, and Americans with Disabilities Acts. If students aren't making adequate progress due to these reductions, it may lead to legal action. General education teachers will also be affected without a co-teacher. They must meet a wide range of students on their own, often without the training and resources to do so effectively. This can result in less individualized instruction, teacher burnout, and a decline in classroom outcomes for everyone. The long-term consequences of cutting support during these critical early years could include increased academic failure and more students placed in restrictive settings and a rise in mental health struggles among children who feel supported and overwhelmed. This is from Mr. Miller from 2023. With all due respect, the strength of this district lies in our willingness to uplift our most vulnerable students. And I hope my challenge today helps us rise to that occasion. Our students deserve nothing less than a more just and more equitable and more inclusive educational system. Superintendent, I would like to thank you for your words praising Fremont and Henry Elementary. This is what excellence, equity, and community look like in action. I challenge us to reflect on those words because collaborative co-teaching is exactly that, excellence, equity, and community in action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and hello, parents that are here. So I haven't been here for a while. Work has kept me away, but I wanted to come today to talk a little bit about the Black Student Achievement Initiative, particularly the advisory committee that I think I sent a public comment to you all a couple months ago, but it has finally restarted, so that's good after almost a year of no meetings. So for the Black parents listening and folks in this room, just please reach out and get involved if you are interested. And I also want to invite folks to reach out to their school sites for Sankofa meetings on campus or district-wide meetings. Along with that, I've gotten a couple of calls this week and last week that there is some confusion about BSAI funding on school campuses and so on school site. So some schools are using money that they shouldn't be using, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm appealing to the principals of all the schools to make sure that monies are allocated for Black-centered programming on campus is used for that reason, so we don't have another lawsuit like we did with the LCAP. And third, I want to invite folks to the BSAI Symposium, which is our 4th symposium on Saturday, May 3rd. It's a symposium on ribbon cutting at Lindbergh Middle School. And I just want to leave a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds, just to share my thoughts on an earlier discussion that you all were having today about reducing public comments from 3 minutes to whatever. I think that's really, really, really bad. I already got 6 text messages about it, so people are listening and paying attention, and that's not a thing that they would encourage you to do. A quick search on the internet shows schools like the Orange Unified School District, Santa Ana, Linwood, San Diego, all give at least 3 minutes to the public to speak. And the question that the person that was facilitating the meeting asked, what are the other options of community engagement? Crickets, because we don't know where to go if we're not here. I personally don't get any notification from my district my district leader. I don't even know if there's meetings. I get nothing. If I don't come here, if I don't listen to the school board meetings on YouTube, I don't know what's going on. So if we're not coming here and our time is cut down, I really think that that's doing a disservice to the public. So thank you.
Thank you.
Rochelle Shield.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rochelle Shield, and I am a proud LBUSD speech-language pathologist. I am here today to continue our efforts in organizing and participating on behalf of my Department of SLPs. And tonight, I wanted to share a celebration, which is that last week during Prisk Elementary's Autism Acceptance Week, we held our second annual Prisk Best Buddies Club Friendship Walk. At Prisk, I co-advise our Best Buddies Club with my co-SLP, Sarah. We are in our 5th year running this club, in which students in our MS Success classes are buddied up with students in our mainstream 5th grade classes and attend monthly recess time meetings focused on play, sharing space, and fostering friendship. This club is a collaborative effort between myself, my co-SLP, and our special day class teachers, our mainstream class 5th grade teachers, and our principal. At our friendship walk, Prisk Best Buddies Club members walked the hallways of our school, waving light-up toys in celebration of friendship, while every student in our school lined the hallways offering high fives, giving thumbs ups, and holding signs they made to join our celebration of friendship. This is an example of the beautiful and important campus community work our team has accomplished over time through collaboration and teamwork, and highlights the vital role our school site teams, including SLPs and other specialists, are for our students. Teams have been impacted this school year by the layoffs in the Behavior Intervention Supervisor Department that occurred last school year. Unfortunately, the spreading thin of our BIS does impact myself and others on our student support teams. We continue to put our hearts into supporting all student success at our sites, but I would ask that our board and senior staff keep in mind supporting our site teams during decision making. Our board has been saying that student behavior will change when staff behavior changes. Supporting staff teams allows us to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Tony Salisbury.
Hello, my name is Tony Salisbury. I am a licensed speech-language pathologist, and I hold an advanced certificate in assistive technology.
And I won't make you listen to the whole speech that way. So I specialize in something called AAC, which is Augmentative Alternative Communication. I am a licensed speech-language pathologist, in case you couldn't understand that. And this is what I do all day, is I help students access the curriculum through augmentative alternative communication systems. And they can be as simple as holding up 2 pictures and saying, do you want the juice or the milk? Or they can be as complicated as a device that sits on a child's wheelchair on a mount and watches their eyes, and they communicate with their eyes. By accessing that computer with their eyes, they can access and activate different buttons that will say things for them. So right now there's me. Last year we had 3 of us, and we lost one through downsizing, and we lost another one through, she'll be back, she's on maternity leave. And I've had assistants, subs come in and help me once in a while. And I'm really tired right now, so if I don't sound real clear, that's why. I was asked to come and talk as part of the speech pathology group and just tell you some of the things that we do in our department, because I think a lot of people don't understand what we do. One of the things so this is my responsibilities list. So I have to create consult notes on every student that I talk to, or I have to add to their consult notes. I create order forms for non-iPad items, and submit those orders to the district. I have to let's go down this one. It's much easier. So I have to, so what we do is in our department is we do assessment and training of staff and families. We also do setting up devices. So we purchase devices, we set them up with apps that we can communicate for a student, and then we send those out and we train the people how to use them with the students. And then when they break or they glitch or anything, we get emails and phone calls saying, it's doing something weird, and then we have to help fix those and figure out what goes on. I actually love my job because I really love solving problems, and I spend a lot of my day solving strange and odd problems. It's amazing what can happen with AAC. So I just, I know my time is up. I just wanted you to know that we are responsible for over 600 iPads.
Your time is up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we have reports on superintendent advisory groups. We'll start with the business budget and policy development report. Dr. Benitez.
President Craighead, I was unable to attend today's meeting, so I have nothing to report. Not sure if you have anything to report out from that meeting?
I don't have anything to report out, but the policies coming forward would be our bylaws, outside of the policy that we have on our agenda tonight. Yeah, thank you. And next we have instruction and student learning supports.
No report tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, workforce development.
Clean sweep, no report tonight.
Clean sweep. Mr. Otto.
Well, we had a workshop this afternoon from 2 to 4 about student outcomes focused governance, and we learned a lot, I think. And we also have that subject on our agenda tonight that we will be hearing from our teacher, if you will, on the implementation timelines, and we'll also talk about where we are on bylaws. So I'll let that speak for itself.
Thank you. And next on the agenda, we have the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Second.
I'll have Mr. Rael take a roll call vote.
I do have some
I'm
questions.
sorry. I did skip discussion. I apologize.
I do have some questions on item 14.4. Can you elaborate on how the revised middle and high school courses will reflect LBUSD strategic plans and objectives? And that's one of my questions. I have a few more.
Thank you for your question. The courses before you include functional academics courses, which are courses specifically for our moderate to severe students. The additional courses are ELD courses in drama, as well as a general drama course for middle school. The drama course ELD is a supplemental course, if you will, to our current CCR course, which is a course specifically for our English learners who have not reclassified. So this allows them to continue to receive ELD support without having to repeat the existing coursework. So each year we'll be adding additional ELD courses, basically to provide specific ELD instruction in grades 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you. On item 14.8, the contract with Ground Education for $150,000. It's to provide outdoor environmental education program at select schools. And can you tell us how many schools will be, we're talking about, who will benefit from this program? So how many schools, and where are these, do we have a list of those schools?
I can start. I know this particular item is out of nutrition services, and I know that Ms. Takahashi is not here at the moment. Oh, please. Thank you. No, it's fine. I was going to give a more general response. You can give a more specific one.
Yes, as Mr. Moskovitz said, this is a specific one that is with the nutrition services branch, and it has them growing different foods and trying them, and I believe it's with 10 schools. And we do not have that exact list at this moment.
Can we anticipate they will be throughout the city? Or are
I'm
they
sorry, John?
concentrated, are the schools concentrated in particular part of the
Nutrition
city?
Services hasn't actually selected the school, so I will get back to you.
Thank you.
Once we hear about it. Thank you.
And then just one last item, number 14.8, number 26. The contract with Continental Interpreting Services is being increased from $212,000 to $312,000. And I guess my question is, are we looking for interpreters? Are we hiring at this time? Is there a need for, yes, that's my question.
We continue to be seeking interpreters, and our interpretation needs continue to increase as the amount of engagement that we're doing increases.
And we're hiring interpreters?
We have open hiring right now.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Dr. Benitez?
Dr. Baker, I believe we received, Jeff referenced an additional memo. Is that regarding that?
Yes, that is.
With an explanation, background?
Yes.
And that our Personnel Commission is actively
Yes.
looking for high-quality
Yeah,
interpreters.
that's specific
Yeah,
item.
Any further discussion? Mr. Riel, I'll have you take a roll call vote.
Member Lopez?
I vote aye, with the exception of claims numbers 19 to 21 in 14.6, as additional information is needed to make informed decisions.
Okay. Vice President Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
Student Member Arroyo?
Aye.
That passes.
Thank you. And that brings us to our staff report. So tonight, that is an update on ethnic studies.
I'm excited to welcome to the dais our curriculum leader for ethnic studies and history, Mr. Alan Shepard, and our ethnic studies and history coach, Becky Sanchez, who will give you an update on our ethnic studies program, the development of our ethnic studies courses, in particular, the approach with which we had presented to you 2 years ago, almost to the month, around how we were going to meet the requirements of the AB 101 ethnic studies bill.
All right. Well, good evening, Board President Craighead, board members, Dr. Baker, and district executive staff. I'm Alan Shepard, the History Social Science Curriculum Lead. I'm joined with Becky Sanchez, and we're looking forward to this moment in which we get to share the hard work that we've been doing behind the scenes, working with our teachers and our community to develop this course. All right, so today we are going to be reviewing some things since it's been a few months since the last time we were here. We're going to review AB 101, our approach in Long Beach Unified School District, update that progress that we've been doing, as well as discuss our current course offerings and potential growth, and offer some opportunity for questions as well. So to go over the bill, AB 101 was California's bill signed into law in 2021, one of the first in the nations to require ethnic studies as a graduation requirement for all students. The bill goes into effect for the graduating class of 2030, in which we also have to have a course ready to go by 2025, 2026. The ethnic studies course provides opportunities for our students to learn about history, cultures and struggles and contributions to American society of historically marginalized peoples, which often has been untold in U.S. history. Ethnic studies is a multidisciplinary study that centers the struggles and triumphs and contributions of and the creative spirit of racial and ethnic minority groups from their own perspectives. AB 101 offers several different means of accomplishing that ethnic studies graduation requirement. One of those is creating having an existing ethnic studies course, which we've had for a really long time in Long Beach Unified School District and continue to offer. It also allows us to create a course that's calibrated with the University of California State University System for A through G approval, and or create a locally developed course. And then there's also the option to create a course based off of the ethnic studies model curriculum that the state developed. Here in Long Beach, we have done 3 of those 4 so far. The last green check that's yet to be put onto the bullet point on the last is that we've looked over the model curriculum and found it to be a fantastic resource, and we plan on utilizing those resources to revise our current longstanding ethnic studies elective course. All right, a timeline now. I can feel right. It's history time, right? Okay, so positioning our journey in a timeline with AB 101 and ethnic studies. You can see that our progress really started with developing an exploration committee. Some of the committee members were site representatives, counseling staff, people in high school that really know master schedules. It was also manned by our team and in contribution and learning with the LA County Office of Education to really explore the different options that the state is requiring and how that fits within our priorities here in Long Beach Unified School District. That exploration committee then led to our May 2023 board presentation that Dr. Lund alluded to, in which we provided an update in which we mentioned that we're going to plan to create a blended ethnic studies course, one that offers U.S. history as well as ethnic studies, continue to offer our ethnic studies standalone elective to sites, as well as our dual enrollment opportunities, which have been providing ethnic studies education for a really long time here in the district. Tonight we're here to showcase the hard work that Becky Sanchez and her teacher-led team spent a year creating the ethnic studies U.S. history course, and to present that information to you. We're also going to host public review and take opportunity for feedback as well before we submit that course to the UCOP A through G system and to the board for approval later in this year. And then our plan, as you can see on the timeline, is that we're going to implement that course next year. This is per AB 101, and it allows us to have an opportunity for us to train our teachers, to receive feedback, to make adjustments, to do some coaching, and make adjustments before our first students enter in the system from 9 through 12. The students that will be affected by the graduation requirement are currently 7th graders. So we do have a public review offering for all of our community members, and going to our Long Beach Unified School District website, you can find the information and register to either participate in the in-person or an online preview and feedback opportunity for the course. That's coming up in May. And then we're also going to engage other community groups that participate in our district. In that May 2023 board presentation, we did mention about that blended course that we were developing. Tonight is really going to be about that course. I do want to mention that we still are offering our ethnic studies standalone elective option for our sites to choose, as well as the expanding horizons of dual enrollment as another opportunity for our students to fulfill this graduation requirement. So a little bit about the course. The course, Ethnic Studies, Our American History, is a blended course between U.S. history and ethnic studies tenets and content. It's still going to continue to use our recently adopted U.S. history textbook and ancillary material, along with new physical and digital material that has been woven into this new course. The new course does combine together, the blended course does combine together the U.S. history standards as well as the ethnic studies tenets and increased representation for our particular ethnic and cultural groups. Okay, so I'm going to pass it over to Becky Sanchez, who spent time developing the course to dive a little bit deeper.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So ethnic studies is a broad term that incorporates four main disciplines, often referred to as the four core groups, but it's important to acknowledge that each one of those disciplines encapsulates several experiences. So for example, when I say Asian American studies, it's not just East Asians, it's also South Asians, our Desi Americans, also Cambodians, Filipinos, and our Pacific Islander communities, and all the different nations and ethnicities that exist within that region of the world. Also, we wanted to make sure to not just include those four core groups in this blended class that we created. So from the earliest stages, we knew we wanted to also include our LGBTQ2+ community, as well as Jewish Americans and Americans with disabilities, because we wanted to provide opportunities for more of our students to see themselves in the curriculum. And I also do want to add on that none of those categories are mutually exclusive, especially the last three definitely exist within the four core groups as well. And we're going to be exploring these experiences through our ethnic studies tenets, which were created after reviewing the frameworks and the themes of multiple universities and districts to see how other folks were approaching it. And we consolidated them into four main themes that will be woven throughout our curriculum. So the first is identity, helping students affirm their roots and recognize the potential within their communities. Also, critical consciousness, where they'll be evaluating how justice has played out throughout our history. Also, resilience and agency, helping them build empathy, hope, and self-worth while imagining better possibilities for the future. And lastly, civic engagement, because we want to make sure that our students make well-informed, positive action within their communities moving forward. Now, teaching U.S. history through an ethnic studies lens will require some shifts in the way we teach, but those are going to be powerful steps that will benefit our students and the communities we serve. So as I begin to talk about the instructional shifts that will be necessary in this new endeavor, I want to preface this slide by saying we have amazing 11th grade U.S. history teachers in our district. So when this slide says traditional history courses, we mean historically, not our teachers right now. So way back in those history classes, which happened in some of the classes I was in when I was a youngster way back when, in those history classes, a lot of times kids were tasked with learning history meant memorizing, rote memorization of names, dates, and facts, who, what, when, where, why, and it was all done by reading a Eurocentric, individualistic textbook written from a deficit lens. In a blended ethnic studies history class, there will be student-centered inquiry, the inclusion of multiple perspectives, and what Alan would describe as students doing history by practicing historical thinking skills, developing their own arguments, and supporting their arguments with the evidence they uncover in their inquiry. Lastly, there's a common misconception that ethnic studies promotes victimization by focusing on harm and injustice. Now, while these topics will come up because there are challenging moments in our history, we approach it in ethnic studies through an asset-based approach, meaning we look at how folks are not objects of history and passive members with things where things just happen to them, but we focus on them as subjects of history, looking how they positively engage with the world around them to build opportunities that we all currently benefit from today as Americans. So by them working for justice, we rake in the benefits of it, and we want to make sure that momentum moves forward. But let's take a quick look at what those instructional shifts will look like in the curriculum. So on this slide, I'm going to share the 2 required tasks from our current 1920s unit, and on the next slide, we'll look at a couple of examples for our upcoming 1920s unit. So in our current 1920s unit, there are 2 required assignments. The first one is about the prohibition, and the second one has students look at an American newspaper and the testimony of a Texas farmer and how those indicate that some Americans were against Mexican immigration. Now, this last one kind of shows a distinction between history and ethnic studies, because in ethnic studies, we do our best to examine history through the perspectives of the groups that we're studying. So not just the things that other folks said about them, but the things they said about their own experiences and the actions they took in those time frames. And I forgot to mention, the way that students will be showing their learning could be happening in a multitude of different ways. So whether it's essays or debates or presentations or visual products, and the decision about how they demonstrate their learning will all be based on student needs and interests. But now let's take a look at a couple of the required tasks for our upcoming 1920s unit. The first one is looking at the ways diverse women contributed to the women's suffrage movement. So including multiple groups that you can see highlighted here. We have resources to help students discover what those look like. And these are stories that are often completely absent from history textbooks. Another one of those learning opportunities will involve students examining the ways that Asian and Desi Americans used advocacy to challenge the barriers that were placed between their communities and citizenship. But to give you a clearer sense of what the shifts will look like, we're going to look at the ways the framing of a particular lesson looks like in history versus ethnic studies. So the resource that's pictured there is a wonderful resource. It was created by the history department at UC Irvine. Now, in that lesson resource there, it's loaded with rich primary sources. It includes articles from Black-owned newspapers, it includes letters from African Americans, it includes photographs, it includes poetry, all created during the Great Migration in the early 20th century. It's a wonderful resource. I would recommend this to any good history teacher. And it has 2 inquiry questions that students are tasked with answering with this lesson. The first one is, why did African Americans move to the North during the early 20th century? And how did African Americans create a new culture out of their urban surroundings? Again, these are great questions. There's nothing wrong with them. But the addition and the combination of ethnic studies and history is that it provides us the opportunity to bring in concepts from ethnic studies that will deepen students' understanding of the past. So let's take a look at the new inquiry question using the same lesson resource. So our new question could be, how did African Americans express self-determination during the Great Migration through addressing their needs, supporting one another, and spreading hope to other regions of the country? This updated lesson still uses the exact same primary resources, and students will still have the historical analysis of push and pull factors. So not only what was happening in the South that made folks want to leave the South, but also the things that were happening in the North that drew them in, right? So the hope and prosperity that was being developed that made them take that leap of faith to move to a completely different region of the country. Additionally, with the addition of the concept of self-determination, which, in case there's anyone who doesn't know, means the rights of groups to collectively work to address the issues that are impacting their community. And so what's significant about that is that students, according to the original question of how did African Americans build their own culture, by focusing on self-determination, we will only know how they built a culture, but students will understand the significance of that culture, how it impacted not just the folks in the North, but how that spread hope all the way into other regions of the country and inspired other groups to take on that momentum of self-determination. So through our ethnic studies tenets and our approaches, students will not only learn American values, but they'll also learn the value of all Americans, from our native nations to our recent immigrants and everyone in between.
I want to take that class right now. I'm pretty inspired by that. We're really lucky also to be creating right now an ELD version of this Ethnic Studies U.S. History blended course. And this is going to be the hardest working course that we're going to have in our system, because what it will do is it'll allow students that need English language literacy support receive that support. They'll receive A credit for their history course and Ethnic Studies graduation all simultaneously, without preventing these students from accessing the rigor and the standards and the ethnic studies tenets that they will be receiving in this course. They'll be on pace with their English-only peers, and that's what for A through G compliance, and that's a really important category for us to complete. So for our course for ethnic studies and our graduation requirement, you can see on this table that most of our students are going to be completing their ethnic studies graduation requirement in their 11th grade year. We still have the ethnic studies standalone elective course, which will be an option for sites and for students throughout their 9 through 12 experience. Our Ethnic Studies, our American Histories course, and the ELD companion version will be that 11th grade experience for our on-level students. And then we'll also have an opportunity to grow into AP African American Studies as well as AP US History as courses that we are planning on offering as US History as well as Ethnic Studies graduation requirement. We're still offering our Ethnic Studies dual enrollment options, and then for students that needed a second chance to complete that graduation requirement, the APEX or online systems that we have for credit recovery will be that opportunity for them as well. Our AP African American Studies course, just recently, the College Board announced that it will receive A credit. It's already passed through the UCOP A through G system, as well as Ethnic Studies graduation requirement in California. So we look forward to mapping that into our system here locally. And then for AP US History, we've started to plan out a committee as well as a plan to see the curriculum that is available inside the AP US History course description and create a local syllabus so that our students can receive both AP US History as well as the Ethnic Studies curriculum at the same time. With our students completing their Ethnic Studies graduation requirement in U.S. History classes at 11th grade level, there wouldn't be a need to impact any FTE for our sites, so that's an important aspect as well. So for supporting our teachers, as I mentioned earlier, from the timeline, we get a long launch ramp for this. So next year, we're going to be implementing the course that was just created, and then we'll have time for us to train our teachers that are implementing that course through in-person training, as well as dedicated staff coaching, Becky Sanchez, our expert, and also offer small group support, as well as asynchronous training for those teachers that aren't able to make the in-person. We also would like to offer strategic support for any sites that are looking for additional support in helping their history teams in adopting and learning this new curriculum as well. All right, so if you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Alan, Becky, thank you. You know, I'm super excited. You know, as a professor of history and ethnic studies, this is super exciting news. Thank you for the heavy lift. You and the teachers and the partners involved. This is one of those things that California does from time to time, which is passes policy for a good thing, but it doesn't fund us to do these good things. So I'm hoping that you can elaborate a little bit more on two items, and I'll identify the items and just, hoping to hear a little bit more. And if some things are yet to be finalized or determined, I'd love to hear that. And I'm going to use, I leaned over and I saw Greg here. I'm going to try to use a student outcomes focused governance approach, because at the end of the day, as a board, one of the things that's important to us is, okay, what are students going to know and be able to do? Right, in connection to our board goals. So first is kudos for the intentionality behind the public review process. So I'll say both of them, and then, that's one of the things I like to hear more. Just process-wise, what are we hoping to do there? I don't have to share it with you two that ethnic studies is only here because community demanded it to be at universities, and because the community determined what would be taught, who would teach it, and students, many young people, including students, fought for that and risked their lives. And students, particularly at UCLA, lost their lives for us to offer ethnic studies. So I don't want that to be lost on the importance of this work, not through just a historical lens, but the two oldest Chicanx studies departments in the country are at Cal State Long Beach and at CSUN, right? That's here. This isn't in Texas, nothing against Texas, right? This is in Florida. This is here, right? This is 15 minutes away. One of the first departments of ethnic studies was created by community, by students, by young people, and it's at Cal State Long Beach, all right, the other right up the 405 freeway. So I'm hoping you could speak a little bit more about the public review process, the importance of the engagement of community. And then the second, I'm so glad to see the illustrative examples here of the curriculum and the requirements. I'm hoping that maybe we can hear more about how we're also maximizing the knowledge and the assets that are here in our very own communities. We have experts, right? We are on sacred land. We have from time to time done land acknowledgements in our district. I just mentioned the two, first Chicano Studies, Chicanx Studies departments are here. And I don't, I'm highlighting the civic engagement, the last tenet, right? The civic engagement, that it's one thing for us to think, oh, the history of marginalized people. I know you're not saying this, right? But I don't want it to be lost on us that these are ongoing, daily social justice struggles, and that we have expertise here. We recently had at the Historical Society of Long Beach a photo exhibit of those Chicanos that started ethnic studies at Cal State Long Beach are right down the street from here. Right? Well, we just celebrated the life of Carmen Perez, a lost life. And again, so just wondering, okay, so how do we tap into these assets, the knowledge, the expertise that are in our communities? Because we also know that ethnic studies, place and context are very important, right? And so when our parents are speaking and our community members are speaking, this is ethnic study. We saw it today here in public comment. So hoping that you could sort of just speak more to those two things and what they may look like and how important it is for our communities to know that this work is not just about seeing ourselves, but in that process of seeing ourselves in this work, that leads to better student outcomes as well.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll start with the public review that you mentioned. So we are going to host 2 different in-person and 2 online public review opportunities for our community. We are also planning on working with our partners, our community groups as well. And we're going to use the same protocol for curriculum adoption, where we're going to open up the curriculum and receive our community's feedback. And then from there, we'll determine what we can do as far as actionable items or things that we can attend to based off of reading AB 101 and what we need to do for the curriculum to ensure that it is still compliant with our university system for A through G credit, as well as ethnic studies per AB 101. So we look forward to hearing from our community. We've been engaged with our community in several different avenues throughout the creation, whether it was Becky Sanchez's teacher expert group that helped to co-develop the course, whether it was us attending Los Angeles Office of Education trainings on ethnic studies, as well as receiving community member input, as well as and online resources like the ethnicstudiesresource.org brought to us by JFED as well. And then I'll turn it over to Becky to speak more about local expertise.
So I'm really glad this came up and I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share this or not quite yet, so take it with a grain of salt. So I truly believe, so we have our blended course, and we're going to be working on helping make sure teachers are prepared to be able to handle that in the best way possible. But I've already shared with Alan from the beginning, because we also have that standalone course, and I would love for that class to be centered on Long Beach history, because there is so much history for you. Now, I'm saying that as a person who didn't grow up here, right? Because this is a wonderful city, and if we could call on different community organizations, like for example, there was a Tongva elder that just passed away in October, Gloria Arianes, who was pivotal. She was a member of the Brown Berets. She lived here locally, not in Long Beach, but not too far away. And so highlighting these pillars that we've had in our city. And so I'm hoping once we get this settled that I can work with, and if anyone else is listening, any community organizations, like, please, I would love to learn from you, so that way kids know, not just to look at, so for example, in my Saturday class that I teach in the dual enrollment class, I would say we need to learn about our own ancestors, but we also need to learn about our American ancestors, because we have things to learn and teach from one another. So in an ideal world, I would love to have the the standalone elective, still draw on ethnic studies themes that really focus it here on home so kids can learn to appreciate our community and all the different facets that it has.
Well, I know you mentioned Southeast Asia as being part of the Asian American curriculum, and I'm wondering if that includes the Cambodian genocide. I know that our Cambodian community in Long Beach is the largest outside of Cambodia, so I know that we have so many people who are invested in our Cambodian students, and I know that our Cambodian students would like to see their heritage reflected in the curriculum.
Yeah, so in November of the last year, we were able to participate in Orange County Department of Education's Model Curriculum Conference, in which they hosted here in Long Beach, the city of Long Beach, a curriculum conference unveiling a model curriculum that's now available to all teachers in California on Southeast Asian, the Khmer population, as well as Hmong and Vietnamese. And so we were able to bring teachers there, over 165 teachers to participate, as well as other staff members to participate in learning of that curriculum. We actually had some teachers prior to that help to write the curriculum as well as pilot the curriculum here in our district, which has been fantastic. And then that curriculum has been such a fantastic asset for us to infuse in multiple places in history, social science, and in ethnic studies. So as Becky Sanchez mentioned, our standalone elective course is ripe for revision now that we have our model course where we've developed our local Long Beach Unified School District ethnic studies tenets. We now can infuse those in a revision of our ethnic studies standalone course, which then we can bring in a lot more of the local history as well. In addition to that, we've also incorporated some curriculum into the blended course, and I'll let Becky address that specifically.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to be echoing what Alan said. We made sure to look through the resources that were developed in that model curriculum, and we plugged it into the places where they would fit best into the new course outline.
Becky, just along those lines, so you both referenced it. Where does our ethnic studies initiative with our university partner sort of fall in the mix?
So dual enrollment is an expanding horizon, and currently we have students enrolled in this semester for the ethnic studies dual enrollment program that meets on Saturdays at our comprehensive high schools. And I think they're actually going to be finishing in just a few short weeks and going to the symposium in which you've guest spoke before. And then we also have a Long Beach City College Ethnic Studies opportunity for our students to take as well, which offers them ethnic studies requirement. And hopefully those course numbers, sections, offerings expand so that our students that are hungry for this information are able to pursue that avenue.
I have a question in regards to just kind of, well, first of all, thank you both for being here and for all the hard work that you've put into this curriculum and this new course. And I've already talked with different students who are so excited for this to be implemented and this to be an option for them. But so how are students being notified about this new curriculum and this new edition of this course requirement? And if they haven't already been notified, when will they start being notified?
That's a great question. So over the last 2 years, we've been able to do in-person training with our U.S. history teachers, all of our history teachers, and we've been able to cohort them by their content area. So U.S. history teachers have been meeting. We've had 4 different in-person trainings over the last 2 years for QCI. And in those QCI trainings, we've already been talking about the AB 101, the ethnic studies graduation requirement, and that we're moving towards this blended course. We've introduced the tenets. We've also highlighted the lesson, the model lesson that Becky went into detail to our U.S. history teachers so that they are prepared and able to share that information with our students. For the students getting informed themselves about this upcoming transition to the U.S. History Ethnic Studies blended course, there is a plan in place for us to communicate using the typical communication streams that we have, like Peach Jar as well as Canvas, to notify them. But once our students, in 2 years, when those students are 9th graders that will need to complete this Ethnic Studies graduation requirement, we'll have to do a different type of information protocol for informing them of this new graduation requirement through the typical means that we communicate with our students.
Not off the top of my head, but I'll think about it and I'll let you know if I have any. So.
That's the beauty of having a student board member right there. So as far as the ethnic studies tenets are concerned, would there be maybe a place in there for tapping into our local resources as far as people are concerned? Because we have leaders in different communities that I think would be a particularly rich resource in addressing a group of students, or talking about their personal experiences. You referenced the curriculum symposium last fall, and there were breakout sessions that included people telling their personal stories, and there's nothing more powerful than hearing from somebody who's have that lived experience. So would there be room in there, or how can we include the rich resources we have in our community?
So I appreciate you mentioning that. Yeah, we had actually several staff members as well as teachers participate as presenters in the conference, and I attended one session in which our own staff really presented their own personal story of dealing with the genocide and escaping and fleeing to resettle in Long Beach and growing up here in Long Beach. So I'm very much connected to that question. I think the best thing that AB 101 allows us is that we're going to launch the course this fall, even though the students aren't in the system yet, so that we can receive feedback from our communities. We can make adjustments, and we can start to include and bring in that local praxis, that local expertise, and infuse it into a more refined curriculum that includes our story from beginning to end.
Alan, with that in mind, normally when we roll out new courses, we'll do a single day of training for that new course. Can you talk a little bit about our initial ideas around the rollout and how it will be different with this particular course?
Yeah, we're very fortunate. As was mentioned, normally we get a single day of training, materials and curriculum smashed together in one packed full day. Which is a lot, and then it leaves teachers to kind of learn as they are implementing, receiving coaching, and follow up from their department heads through our support as well. However, this course, we're very fortunate in which we're going to be able to offer 3 in-person days next year, as well as the asynchronous support for basic understanding for anybody that misses a summer launch professional development training. And then Becky is our dedicated coach to support teachers and departments in this work for sites that are able to bring us in and have us attend some of their on-site training days or their release days or their department meeting days in which we can take advantage of that. And then we're also planning to have after-school support coaching and sessions, 9 sessions across the year, 1 a month, to support teachers in their implementation of this new course just this year, so that we can ensure that our teachers see the change, they recognize the change, they're able to implement the change, as well as our support with administration and site supervision and management.
Dr. Lund, so as we know, the delivery of content is one thing, right? But the pedagogical approach to ethnic studies also requires a shift. You know, when we talk about culturally affirming, culturally responsive, will that be embedded in these trainings as well? Because it's one thing to teach someone, content, right? But the whole point of this, according to the tenants, is not just around a traditional offering of memorizing names and places, right? So can you talk a little bit about that, Alan?
Yeah, just real briefly, and then I'll turn it over to Becky as well. The three buckets of, I think, quality instruction fall into content knowledge, deep content knowledge. It falls into pedagogical, those instructional moves, that bucket, and then also disposition, so that warm demander, the environment in which you cultivate in your classroom. So attending to all three of those buckets is really what our goal is always, but in particularly talking about the shifts in these three areas.
I think in addition to that, in the opportunities that we've had in the last 2 years through our QCI trainings, we've made effort to make sure teachers were aware of what culturally relevant teaching is, not just in content, but the way we deliver it, the types of products we have students create, the relevance that they're feeling with the material. So that type of modeling, I'm hoping to continue in the summer training, do as much as we can with asynchronous training, but definitely in those monthly meetings. So that way, because the thing we definitely want to avoid is that this is just another history class. Because as you know, ethnic studies isn't just history, it's multidisciplinary, and the effectiveness comes in through the relationships. I firmly believe that that's where the power of it actually lives, even beyond the content. So definitely something that will be ongoing effort that we'll make sure to work into the program and support our teachers to promote student success.
And this is just more of a clarifying question. As we talk about blending ethnic studies with our history courses, obviously this is a requirement for high school graduation now, but with that said, this has no impact on A through G requirements, correct? Or because it's going to be a blended course, it will still help satisfy those A through G requirements? Just confirmation.
Yeah, absolutely. So the ethnic studies graduation requirement is just a graduation requirement. U.S. history is A through G. It's A credit. So because we're blending the course together, students will be able to complete their high school graduation requirement for ethnic studies and for history, as well as their A credit for history simultaneously.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any further questions or comments? In that case, thank you very much. I know that's a much anticipated update. Yes. And next on the agenda, we have new business, and I'll just remind everyone that we moved item number 16.7 in front of 16.1. So we will now go to 16.7, approval of board policy 5145.13, response to immigration enforcement, and I'm going to turn that over to our legal counsel, Mr. Riel.
Okay, thank you. This is up for discussion and possible approval tonight for an updated board policy in the area of immigration enforcement. This is we had our first reading, our last board meeting, your last board meeting. And just a reminder, a little bit about the genesis of why we updated this particular policy. We do currently have an active immigration enforcement policy in place. The reason we looked at modifying and adjusting this is following that we had in place since 2017. We wanted to update the information into several different policies, one being the board policy and also an administrative regulation that provided a little bit more clear guidance specifically on immigration enforcement on our campuses, which is the reason we took our initial policy and made sure that those pieces that we put into the administrative regulation and the board policy were consistent with the Attorney General's recommended board policy or guidance, as well as the California School Board Association guidance, and then modified and adjusted that based upon feedback we received from the community to come up with the current version that we have in front of you today for the board policy as well as the administrative regulation. The reason that we wanted to make sure that we separated it so that this was a clear, usable piece for responding to requests for information, responding to immigration enforcement activities on campuses is for that clarity. And this will be accompanied by additional materials that we've been providing to our school sites, as well as a training component associated with making sure that this policy is provided, is trained on, and is implemented. So that's a little bit of the background of what we have for you today up for discussion.
Madam Chair, can I make a motion here? Yes. So, and I'm torn here because I understand the urgency to act with strength. At the same time, we've heard public comment today and in the last couple months. I have several questions regarding what Jeff just shared and what Dr. Brown has shared about the policy as it sits. What I'm more concerned about is in the last 24 hours, we did receive communication from the ACLU, and I would hate for this to become a wordsmithing on the fly today, given that we want to be very intentional, first and foremost, to ensure that our students and families are safe, right? So the strongest possible policy. I honestly just haven't had a chance to review. We literally just got the ACLU, with suggestions. Some of them were referenced in public comment, have been referenced in public comment. So I do worry that by acting with urgency, that we, in our haste, don't account for things that I think need to be reviewed by our general counsel, things that quite honestly, I haven't had the opportunity. We just got them this afternoon, within the last 24 hours, and understanding that there are critical areas around not just the policy, but then our administrative regulations, how this will be implemented at schools, trainings that will be required of all staffs, how we communicate this to parents, families, caregivers, and students, how this rolls out across our district, how we use those resources at the district level and maximize that not everyone may be aware, right? The interpretation and translation that's required. So I'm saying all of this to motion that I would urge our board to not take action on this item today, that we can have a vibrant and healthy discussion. It gives time for us to see what the ACLU recommendations and drafts are, gives time to our team, our general counsel. It makes our public aware that we're being very thoughtful, but that we need to pass, yes, absolutely. So I would motion that we don't take action tonight on the item, that we put it on the next agenda, the very next agenda, if Jeff, if that's enough time for you and the team, because I have a lot of questions about public comment, things that were proposed, but as importantly, the way that this is going to be implemented and rolled out, and how our communication with our families and caregivers plays in. So things like, if and when any official shows up to a school, how will we communicate? Who will we communicate with? All those mechanisms, I think, although they will be, and rightly so, in more the administrative regulations, I think it's important for us to be as transparent so that when folks are in doubt, they can say, but the policy, ensures that our students, our families are safe and will be communicated in X, Y, and Z. So my motion, again, I said a lot there, but I need to contextualize it, is to continue with the discussion today in as much as we can, given that I haven't even had a chance to review the ACLU communications, and I don't even know who received the ACLU communications on our team side, and that we take action after we've had a chance to ask our questions, review, do some background research at the very next board meeting. That's my motion.
Okay, so you are moving to
not take action tonight,
right,
to place this as an item for action on the next board meeting.
Yes. Okay. So we would need a second.
Second.
Discussion?
Could we, because I think that there is urgency in having something in a policy in place, could we give feedback and have those changes and then vote on the policy or not? I mean, I know that that's not the motion that was passed, but that is a question that I do have, because Well, but before I can vote, I'd like to know if that's something that we could do.
We have an existing policy in place that has been in place and will continue to be, and we would work from that document as we're considering additional language modifications. I think it's important to note that while we're considering the additional recommendations that came in the last couple of days, the revisions that have been made to the policy that's in front of you tonight do incorporate some of the feedback that we've strongly received, specifically around the removal of the word exigent, a more clear definition and expectation around what a judicial warrant means. So some of the feedback is already incorporated because we've been working alongside experts in community who know more than we do, as well as legal recommendations. So that's what's in front of you tonight, but we can always work on language more, and as we learn more through the lens of community, we're in a position to be able to consider more.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
I seconded the motion because I feel that it's important to get this right and to provide feedback about the administrative regulations which we're asking to be implemented. We don't really vote on those, but I don't think that the risk associated with putting this over to the next meeting is so great that we should vote on this tonight. I agree with the motion.
So just to expand, look, at the end of the day, it's about making sure that the policy ensures that we keep our students as safe as the law permits, right? That's it. And if we can strengthen that in any way, shape, or form, then I'm in favor of us doing that. And again, because we have two sets of documents before we have the policy, which our intention here is to have the strongest language possible in accordance with the law. But then we have the administrative regulations that then tie into how the policy will be implemented across our district within school sites. And then as a part of that, the communication piece, the training piece, the partnership piece on Know Your Rights, right? So that there's consistency. So my goal here is absolutely act with strength and urgency. But as we've heard, either information is not getting to all of our community members in the same way, or it's not accessible in the same way, or there still needs to be a little bit work done. So I think the stronger the policy is, the better we can do by how we roll out and implement the policy. Understanding that we already have things in place right now that can make sure that we do our due diligence, and that our partners also know that we want to do what's best for our students at this point.
Ultimately, this is about getting it right. And so if we feel comfortable with the current level of language that we have in place to at least provide a certain level of protection to our students while also making sure that we have the most firm and most up-to-date language in regards to protections of our students, I think that's the move that we should do. So I too am in support, and so I'm ready for the vote when you are.
Thank you. So we have a call for the vote. Mr. Real, should we take a roll call vote on this one?
Let's go ahead, yes.
Okay.
Member Lopez?
Yeah, and for clarification, we're voting to postpone the vote until next meeting, but we are going to discuss what we have in front of us.
Yes, is that the motion as you all?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, okay.
Aye.
Vice President Otto?
Aye.
President Craighead?
Aye.
Member Benitez?
Aye.
Member Miller?
Aye.
And Student Member Arroyo?
Aye.
That passes.
Ms. Craighead, may I add something?
Yes.
In addition, I see students that are here, and I just want to acknowledge that the strength in our policy is really only as good as our implementation. And so I want to acknowledge, and I have props, which I don't normally have props, but tonight I have props. So this is a poster that's been created that goes over much of the resources and the things that we are keeping live and active that we have sent to all of our schools, multiple copies. This is something that came directly from student input, because the input was, you can have the best policy around, but if people who need it don't know, then we need to do better. And so we are really acknowledging that there is more to do, and we need all the ideas and continued conversation for how we get information into the hands of people that need it. So this is just one example. There are other things that we're doing, but as we're working to bring forward the strongest policy that we can have, I really thank you for being here, and keep the ideas coming, because we need to hear from you so that we can do better. So just acknowledgement of your time this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez.
Yes, so thank you, colleagues. So I'm going to jump right in, and as a matter of public record, what I would ask Dr. Brown, General Counsel, or whoever is appropriate in the team, is that when the policy is presented to us upon the next board meeting, if a little bit more can be shared about what's in the policy. We know what the intent is, but whether we find this in the policy, whether we'll look for it as part of the implementation. So here are my questions, right, and wonderings. First and foremost, what in the policy ensures that our students are safe when in school, all right? Second, and it's in there, but because of some of the red lines and then the older versions of it, it's hard to decipher what's in there. Under what circumstances can ICE and or any other federal officials enter a campus? And I'm hoping that it's under no circumstances or something to that effect. But I think that's a, you know, if when it's presented, those kinds of things can say here in the policy is where it says that, or in the administrative regulation where. Next, how will we ensure that staff at the respective school sites will know what to do? Next, if and when ICE and or other officials make their way to campus, what will be communicated to either the school community, parents at that school, district-wide, just sort of what are operationally our procedures or protocols in terms of informing that ICE is on campus or has attempted to come to campus, or that we have the presence of them. Additionally, and you've spoken to many of these, Dr. Brown, and maybe it's in the poster, right? What additional resources are available, multilingually accessible to students, families around additional services, supports, our partnerships, workshops that are coming up? So I know there's so again, right? But we've also heard from community around, you know, we have, what, 50,000 red cards out, but is there a consistency in how these are being passed out or accessed at the school or distributed? Are they at school events? Are they at back to school night? Sort of the operational thing, right? And then ultimately, upon review of the additional feedback that we've had, and again, I'm speaking specifically to the ACLU communication, are there things there that we're considering and or that are in the whatever updated version of the next policy iteration? So those are amongst the things that I think, as the policy is presented, if the team, Dr. Brown, can speak to those things, and then where we can see those things, and where community will have insurances on how they will know about these things.
I also, in the policy, it states that district staff shall obtain parent guardian consent before a student is interviewed or searched by any officer seeking to enforce civil immigration laws at the school. And this is for legal counsel. Can we just refuse to have students interviewed or searched by officers seeking to enforce immigration laws? And if so, can we just eliminate that altogether from the policy?
That part speaks specifically to a civil enforcement action, which we would not permit on campus unless there was permission granted by the parent.
Well,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but because it follows with unless the officers present a valid, effective warrant signed by a judge or valid, effective court order.
We're obligated by law to follow a
Right.
judicially signed judicial order or warrant signed by a federal judge. We're obligated to follow that.
Right, so then I guess what happens in the event parents cannot be reached? And now we're talking about minors being interviewed, questioned, and searched by
The
law.
only time that would happen would be if it were in response to a judicially issued court order. That would be the only time that would happen.
Even if the parents are not able to.
We're
reach.
obligated to follow a federally issued judicial
Okay.
warrant. Yes.
And then, do we have any idea who would be conducting these trainings for teachers and school staff? And then, who will be, who's going to be presenting them, and when will they be presented?
We've already begun. We've been in a process of training since January with school office staff. We've focused on our frontline staff first. By frontline, I mean those who would greet someone coming into the school. We're expanding beyond that. Recently, all principals have received more in-depth training, both on our policy, on our safety response, on Know Your Rights, and we will be extending that to teachers because we recognize that while teachers would not play a frontline role in receiving somebody into the school, we want them to have information so that because they're such a valuable resource for students and there's so much in the exchange between teacher and student that happens that we know that we need to have more information. So we will be doing that with the staff that we have in partnership with several organizations who are expert and coming alongside us.
Dr. Brown, if you're at liberty to share, we also are, I believe we're in the process of partnering with a Disability Know Your Rights organization as well, because there were also particular concerns from our students, families, and disability advocates around some of the more specific questions that our disability community has as well.
Yeah, I appreciate the prompt because it allows us to both share something that we're doing, but also dispel a myth. And the request was for families who have children with disabilities, could we provide some specific training? Because there was a misconception and a fear that if you have a student who is receiving services through an IEP, there would be some additional questions asked about immigration status, and that is not accurate. So we want to just continue as fears arise to hear them and to be able to address them. And I realize that addressing them does not make the fears go away. But what our hope is that as we learn through the lens that community is holding, that we can provide factual information, we can provide training and resources that allow us to be working in partnership more and responsibly to the things that people are worrying about. So on April 21st, we'll be having a workshop that is led by a disability rights organization who have expertise in immigration law, and they are going to specifically address some of the concerns that families who have a child with a disability are holding. And we're going to try that. And once we try it, we'll get feedback and determine if we will do more of that, not do that, partner with another agency. But we're really in this space of wanting to be authentic and continuous in the ways we're providing information.
I think if we could consider, I don't know, just talking and really consider something other than trying to avoid turning students whose parents may have been deported and the district had a difficult time reaching emergency contacts over to Child Protective Services. So if we can consider another option, that would be that would be the best, because I think that
It's
would be
horrible.
terrible. Already, kids going through something as traumatic as that, which, by the way, I've experienced myself. We don't need yet another, another episode because they're being turned over to Child Protective Services.
Thank you again for that prompt, and also for the ways that you've allowed your lived experience to inform what we're doing. Something that I would like to message to the community, and this is something that we have been really working to send out as in every way that we can, is just the encouragement for families to add as many emergency contacts as possible to their school information. There will be no questions asked about anything related to immigration status for changing an emergency contact. So we ask families to have updated emergency contacts, as many as possible, because we can call as many emergency contacts as are listed in the event that that was needed. It is our deep hope that that is not the case, but in the event that we need to make contact, we will call as many as exist. Where we get into a really challenging place is if there's nobody left to call, and that's when we do need to work alongside partner agencies. That's not happened to date, but we just want to really message and please to community and to members who are hearing from neighbors. Community is our best resource to one another, and so please just message as many contacts as can be listed are really the very best thing to do, and that we will work hard to make sure that all of those contacts are made. So thank you, Ms. Lopez, for the prompt. Please.
And if I can just add, as far as training, we have had our social workers, our psychologists, and our counselors also trained. They've done that through our community partners, and then we also did that internally with our own protocols just about a week ago. And then coming up, a colleague of mine and I have recorded a podcast in Spanish that we will be sending out after spring break, really reaching out to the community, to parents, to families, letting them know what these protocols are, what these resources are, where they can find more information. So we are really trying and are open to other suggestions on how to get this information out for our families in multiple languages.
Do you want to say anything in Spanish right now?
Dr. Sosa Valderrama, and maybe you can incorporate this. Are you going to share it in Spanish?
Sí.
Okay. ¿Quieres que lo pregunte en español entonces?
Pregúntame en español.
Okay. Con todo respeto, hemos hablado de qué procesos, qué entrenamientos, cómo vamos a comunicarnos con las familias, con los estudiantes. Parte de lo que hemos escuchado y parte de lo que sabemos de nuestras comunidades es que hay mucho miedo, muchísimo miedo, aunque digamos aquí está la legislación, la póliza, o es lo que se va a hacer. ¿Cómo hemos estado comunicándonos al nivel de las escuelas? Al nivel de las escuelas, ya sea la primaria, las secundarias, en cualquier escuela, con los estudiantes, los consejeros, los trabajadores sociales, en estos términos. Quizás no haya visto a alguien ahorita, un estudiante, que se ha deportado a alguien, pero a lo mejor conocen a alguien, tienen una amistad, un familiar que les ha pasado eso, en términos de apoyo socioemocional. ¿Cómo estamos comunicándonos para que todos los estudiantes se sientan que puedan platicar con un consejero, con un trabajador social? Entonces, al nivel escolar, ¿puedes hablar un poco de eso?
Sí.
No necesariamente del entrenamiento que están recibiendo, pero cómo estamos comunicándonos con los estudiantes que quizás tienen miedo de hasta preguntar y que están cargando con esa solitud, con ese temor de que conocen a alguien o vieron en las noticias o están escuchando estas cosas.
Pues por lo tanto, estamos dándoles la información en los centros de apoyo. Así todas las escuelas de secundarias tienen centros de apoyo y los trabajadores sociales, las trabajadoras sociales les están dando la información. Y también están pasando las tarjetas rojas en esos centros. También hemos mandado mensajes por texto y por un correo electrónico también para todas las familias. Cuando la doctora Brown y yo hicimos un video dándoles esa información, y eso fue para todas las familias que tenían un email en el sistema. Pero queremos buscar más maneras de proveerle la información. Los recursos comunitarios, esos se los estamos dando no con mucho aviso, porque hay muchas cosas, gente que se preocupa que alguien sepa, que las autoridades vayan y sepan y tal vez ahí se los lleven. O sea que eso lo estamos haciendo muy calladamente, pero de todos modos dándoles esa información. Pero por lo pronto todos los centros de apoyo tienen esa información.
Y como parte de eso hay manera de requerir que los directores de las escuelas en las mañanas, cuando hacen los anuncios o en el almuerzo, que recuerden a todos los estudiantes, pueden platicar con un adulto, tenemos un centro de recursos o un centro de bienestar, nada más recordatorio, ¿verdad? No específicamente para que los estudiantes también no sientan esa presión, pero como recordatorio, no se les olvide, tenemos un trabajador social o un centro de recursos por si tienen alguna inquietud, alguna pregunta, algún temor. I can say it in English too, Mr. Itzen, if I'm messing up the interpretation and translation.
Well, I think we also have to keep in mind that we have sign language interpreters also, so for them. I know, but I think you went beyond the contact list and you talked about how.
Let me repeat myself for the sake of our sign language and interpretation.
Okay, thank you.
I'll try to summarize here really quickly. So two sort of pronged follow-ups, as I knew that Dr. Sosa Valderrama was going to communicate in Spanish. I'll start with the last one first. Is there a way through our principal or assistant principal messaging, whether those on the morning message, loudspeaker, whatever, not to specifically talk about, because it could trigger emotions, but to remind students, we have our resource centers, right? We have social workers, we have counselors, right? If you're feeling that you need to talk to someone, if there's some fear that you're carrying, just as a reminder, right, throughout the day. And so that was the last part. The first part.
Sorry.
Sorry. Were you going to speak to it? I don't want to repeat something that you were already going to speak to.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'll defer to you. That way we're not confusing I apologize to our interpreters.
Yes. So we were just sharing that he was asking how our students are kind of being made aware of the resources available. And so what I shared was that all of our wellness center social workers have been trained. And so they have collaborated with one of our community organizations to get that training. And then we provided that training for them, and our counselors and psychologists as well, around our protocols. And so what they are working on is just being available, making themselves available to students if they need to talk. They do have the red cards in all of the wellness centers that students are able to take if they so choose, if they know somebody, if they come in and talk to the counselors about that, they are able to give it to them and point to the website if they need them in more of the languages than we have in the center. And what I also shared is that a colleague of mine and I just made a podcast. We recorded a podcast that will be coming out after spring break in Spanish. And that is going to be sent out to our families that have an email linked to our system. That kind of gives them the resources that we have, where they can get the resources, either on the web page, if they need hard copies, how they can ask for those in the schools, and also where they can get like social emotional support in the schools and how to ask for that.
Do you want to take a communications team, will you scroll a little bit while Dr. Brown shares what is there, because the upcoming disability rights community workshop is posted there along with some other materials.
So this is our landing page. This is it's The easiest way to access it is, I'm a big fan of A through Z index. It's where you can find everything. So if you go to S on the district website, Solidarity, you can have access to all these resources. The bottom left corner, you can select the language that you choose. And so when you do that, you can pick the language that you need to access the information in, so it's available. And this is the space where we will keep everything from policy update, resources that are available, know your rights, webinars and presentations that are being made, videos that have been recorded that give messages about information. And we have added to this, as we've heard from community and specifically from students. So this is the place to go if somebody is asking questions about what is available. This is the place that we will keep all of that updated. The other thing that I want to add is that directly from students who came and said, we're not getting this information, how do we get it? And on the student Canvas pages, we've put all of this information and a link to the resources so that students see that when they go onto their Canvas. And so we're just continuing to try to think of ways that we can get to students. And so I want to say to students, the best way to get to you is for you to tell us what you need. And when you tell us, we think you're right. And so we really want to message information in a way that you need it. The posters are one way. It's not the only way. I'm sure there's a teenager who's thinking like, we don't read posters, so, and I get it, but what we're trying to do is have something for everybody, right? That's what we want. We want to have all the different ways of communicating, from text and email and, Instagram, not Facebook. Teenagers don't use Facebook, we know. So all these ways, we need to be in dialogue, and we learned from you. We want to hear from you. So this is just some of the information that's available.
Thank you, team, communications team.
Okay, it looks like we don't have any more discussion on this item. I'm looking around, I'm seeing that to be true. Thank you, everyone. This item will come back to us at the next board meeting. And in the meantime, we will collect the necessary information and possibly take a vote at that time. Okay, so next on the agenda is 16.2, Student Outcomes Focused Governance, the board self-evaluation. So I will ask our coach.
Actually, you have 16.1. You have the implementation timeline discussion. Do you want to take a quick break, or are you? It's up to you.
What does everybody feel?
7:05.
A break, or do you want to power through? Break. Okay, so we will take a break at this time and then come back to 16.1. We will reconvene at 7:20. We'll take a 10-minute break if everyone can reconvene at 7:20. Thank you. Back, everybody. We took a small break, and we are back to discuss item 16.1 under new business. And so we will begin by discussing the implementation timeline. And on this item, as the information is provided with the packet, includes the bylaws that we will be discussing, and it lays out the schedule for the bylaws. So, for example, for the May 7 meeting, we have bylaw 9000, role of the board. For the second meeting in May, we have bylaws 9015 and 9025. For June, the June 4th meeting, we have 9020 and 9021. For the second meeting in June, we have bylaws 9030 and 9033. And in July, we have bylaws 9005, 9012, 9013, and 9016. That would be the extent of the bylaws for the board. So over the next few months, we will get to the 11 remaining bylaws. At our last board meeting, we adopted 7, and we have 18 total. So this is an action item.
Move to approve, and thank you to President Craighead, Mr. Miller, and the team for meeting on, I think, March 31st, and then again on the 7th, to make some recommendations.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion?
Yes. So there's I think I have a lot of questions and actually to an extent issues with the timeline. So the first thing is that we're moving to approve bylaws in June and July, and that's when folks are typically in dealing with graduations or vacationing, and so in my opinion, this should be left to the fall when if we can't vote on them in May, we should leave them to the fall to vote on, because we're not really engaging community, and to think that people will leave graduations or vacations to come if they have a public comment, that's probably very unlikely. And then there's things in the timeline that, in my opinion, are problematic. So facilitating opportunities for potential candidates for the board. I've stated this previously. We should remain neutral. We should not be giving any potential candidate an unfair advantage by training them on what we do. We also have in April 2025, according to the proposed timeline, the board members will fully recuse themselves from matters involving individuals, organizations who made campaign contributions to them or who appointed them. And while I think that that's very legitimate, then it leaves me to wonder, in terms of, my colleagues here that have been given contributions by TAL, by the union. So will it leave me and one other potential board member to then engage in anything that relates to TALB? And then we have question and answer, that instead of asking questions here in a public setting, we would, if we have any questions as board members, then we go ahead and we send the questions, and then they're added to a online website. And this could be problematic because, in my opinion, a lot of the times it's in these meetings that questions may come up, or I may have thought about another question that I have, and this is past the time that I should have submitted that question, and so we don't get that response. And I think the other thing that, in my opinion, is pretty problematic is that we're making the assumption that all of our community members have access to technology and are literate and can navigate going on to check to see what questions are being asked by board members and what answers are being given by the district. In June 2025, under monitoring and accountability, the board adopts annual budgets, but only if convinced by the superintendent that budget's first priority for resource allocation is accomplished. It's an accomplishment of the goals and honoring guardrails. So, I mean, are the voices of the community and our stakeholders here? I mean, are we taking them into account? And or are we not? I think that there's just definitely a lot of elements in this timeline that is problematic, and I strongly believe that we need to engage our community, and just some of the things that I've just communicated, put out there, really limits that. The other thing is I firmly believe that we need to focus on student outcomes. I mean, that's personally why I ran for school board. But then we're moving to an agenda where 80% of the time that we're spending is strictly on student outcomes. But then there's other factors that impact student outcomes that we may be limited in discussing. And then we're being asked to take responsibility just as a board for student outcomes. And then I wonder, yes, I do believe that we should be doing that, but then we're not in charge of the day-to-day operations. We're not in charge of doing the things that also influence those student outcomes. And while that's a responsibility of all of us collectively, also the superintendent. And so then how do we then hold superintendent accountable for student outcomes if we're only holding ourselves accountable for them? So my questions, I think that the public, the community in past meetings have expressed concerns with a lot of what we're doing with bylaws, and I think this timeline needs work, and only two of us here on the board are directly involved with giving that kind of feedback and meeting with district staff, and so I think that changes are needed, and I definitely believe that the bylaws should be voted on in May, and if we can't get everything in May, then we move them to the fall, because June, July, and anything in August, community members, families are typically in graduation mode and vacation mode.
I'm going to address some of your concerns. First of all, we covered a lot of this stuff in this afternoon's meeting, and it's unfortunate that you weren't there to hear it, because it would have been, very valuable for you. You would have found it helpful. The timeline itself is not set in stone, and we can move things around, change things, alter it as need be. So even voting on the timeline tonight doesn't mean that it's not a flexible document, it's not a living document. That's one of the things. You also mentioned superintendent work versus board work. That was covered this afternoon. And you mentioned an unfair advantage for potential candidates. When we talk about having a public event for people interested in running for the board, what we want to do is invite everyone who's a potential candidate. We're not going to single anybody out. We're not endorsing any candidates. What we would be doing is educating them as far as the work of the board in student outcome focused governance. Because as you said, it looks like we're headed towards dedicating 80% of our time during meetings for student outcomes. When we have potential candidates, to join this group, we want them to know that. We want them to know that that's what we're working towards. We want them to know that we've adopted a student outcome-focused governance model. And that would be the purpose of the candidate meeting or conference or whatever you want to call it, training. It's not to endorse one person over another. It is to simply let them know what they would be walking into and what the expectations are. And I think you mentioned something about the budget, and I think that would tie into, we can have those conversations, and just because it's in the timeline doesn't mean we can't change it later. We can't decide on different parameters or what that looks like. I don't know if that was helpful.
So a couple of things. I didn't mean to say, and if it was interpreted this way, that we would be endorsing candidates. No, but we can give that perception that we are. And there are 2 dates for training potential candidates. Candidates out there don't attend this session, it does give an unfair advantage. If they are put publicly, asked questions by the media regarding some of the things that the district is doing, one group, those that have been attending the meetings, would have that unfair advantage over the others. And I don't think that that's our job to train any potential candidates. I think that there is an onboarding process for those that are elected. And I think that we could give that perception that we are not staying neutral. As far as missing the morning meet, the afternoon, the portion of when some of these things were discussed, yes, absolutely. I work. I'm an educator, so not everyone has the luxury to attend things, especially when I have commitments that I've made. And then this session is given to us a week ago. So I need you to understand that even if I would have been here this morning, I would have still brought these questions up because this is part of transparency. I have to believe that there were some folks that may have been working and may have not been privy to what was discussed earlier today, and are, maybe joining in tonight and watching this this meeting. So I still believe that there are some areas that need improvement. The bylaws, why we're voting on them in June and July. Why can't we wait and postpone that until the fall, or push it up? If we want to just move with it, push it up to May.
Well, although I appreciate the fact that you work, you have another job. On board meeting days, the expectation is that we are here in the afternoons for our superintendent advisory groups and closed session. And so that time is already dedicated for us being here as board members, and we didn't schedule anything outside of the time that we are usually here. But you know what? In the interest of time, let's move on and see if there are any other comments or discussion about this item. Mr. Otto?
Yeah, I think we're not to the scheduling of the time. I think they were to the substantive bylaws, and that's not what's on the table. The table is just setting or moving the work we're doing forward. And that means that can we get together and try and do the things? It doesn't mean we're going to pass any single bylaw. We're just going to have a meeting. And I think it's a dereliction of our duty if we don't move this thing forward. And so what I think we should do is pass this schedule. We don't have to vote on anything. We just have to consider things. And if there are things that are raised during these discussions, then we can postpone it. That are well taken. But this has gone on for 3 years now, and we're now just trying to get some bylaws that we can agree on. We got 7 done. We're dumbing this down, meaning we're only doing 1 or at the most 2 bylaws at any particular meeting, and we don't even have to pass them. We just have to consider them. And the idea of putting this off until the fall, I think is not what our communities expect of us. They expect us to move forward with the work we're doing with regard to the approach that we've agreed to go by, and that is student outcomes focused governance. And I know people in my area would say, what are you guys doing? You've been doing this for 3 years. You can't even get bylaws together, and now you want to put them off till the fall to even talk about that before we can talk about other things. So I'm in support of keeping this moving forward.
Dr. Benitez.
Yeah, so I'd like for us to vote on this with the understanding. My understanding is that when the timeline was presented to us, the major criteria for consideration is that we could adjust the timeline. We had 2 board members that volunteered to help make those adjustments. My understanding is you will make those adjustments, right? My understanding is that we will continue to evaluate the superintendent on goals that we decide on, that we voted on, and that are now going to be aligned with our district goals as you shared earlier today. With the understanding of everything that was clarified in this afternoon session. That's why I'm voting on this timeline. But also with the understanding that we shall engage with communities on this work. And so that's what I'm voting on, right? Those understandings in addition to others that have been shared, others that we've discussed, others that we've committed to and confirmed. If I don't want to vote on the bylaws that we're scheduled to vote on next month, I can do that. I can have a discussion about that. But I can also share with you all, just like we did tonight with our immigration policy, hey, we got additional information, additional things for us to consider, and I made the motion, all right, to push back the thing. So my understanding, I think, is consistent with some of the concerns that Ms. Lopez raised, that I don't think today, and I want clarification, maybe Greg, we're not voting on the content of the timeline today. That's a thumbs up, right? Just for the public, Greg? Right. We're not voting on the substance of each of the individual items here. My understanding is this afternoon, I also made a commitment to volunteer to track our time, but with the understanding that I would have follow-up, that there would be some additional work, not just me saying I'm volunteering for X, Y, and Z. And look, at the end of the day, I can say, hey, I wasn't able to meet with Greg, or I'm still not clear on this understanding. We need to readjust, colleagues. So that's what I think I'm voting on today with this timeline.
I believe you were the maker of the motion, and it was just specific to calendaring, slotting into the month's specific bylaws.
Yes.
So if that motion were to pass, we would update the timeline to reflect that motion. And at this moment, no other changes would be made to the timeline. But the board could take action at a future time to make additional changes.
Yep. Thank you.
Great.
And I just want to say that my vote tonight will reflect that we should remain politically neutral. We should understand that not everyone has access to technology, and having Q&A online questions excludes some of these folks, and that we should not be voting on bylaws in June or July, as many of our community members, parents, families are focused on graduation and traveling in the summer.
I believe we're ready to take a vote. Yes, or was there more comment?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Rael, I'm going to have you take a roll call vote.
Okay. Excuse me. Member Lopez.
No.
Vice President Otto. Aye. President Craighead.
Aye.
Member Benitez.
Aye.
Member Miller.
Aye.
Student Member Arroyo.
Aye.
That passes.
Thank you. And there is a second part to item number 16.1, and that is that part of the monitoring calendar claims that we'll be looking at different qualitative data, and we will have a unique opportunity coming up on our May 19th meeting, I believe, and that includes school visits, school site visits, and I'm going to have Mr. Moskovitz let us know more about that.
Yeah, thank you, President Cricket. As you'll recall, at our last board meeting, Dr. Madrigal and Mr. Samuels engaged with you all around some of the quantitative data related to board goals 3 and 4. I was watching from afar, but was really appreciative of the robust conversation that happened. So as we continue to follow the approved progress monitoring calendar, as you referenced, we are intending to move back to the idea of qualitative data and having discussions about qualitative data in May. And so as we continue to learn alongside all of you in our student outcomes focused governance approach, we also think it's always important to test out some new ways to see if we can really improve what we're up to. And so as part of that, as we've learned through our own SOFG training, we think there are opportunities where rather than having students or teachers come to us in board meetings, there are opportunities for us to get to them, to go out to where they're at in schools and in classrooms. And so in that spirit, we thought it would be a great opportunity as we learn about the voices from the field on May 19th, for us, senior staff and board that are available to go out in the afternoon during the regular board hours, if you will, and actually listen to students, talk with them, and specifically around board goals 3 and 4. So the idea would not be that this is a broad, exhaustive interview of students, but really a more narrow approach to understanding their experiences in algebra and mathematics for board goal 3, their experiences in taking and passing A through G courses as part of board goal 4. So through that, we thought this would be an opportunity this evening for you all to be able to share some potential questions that you might want us to consider. In the memo that we sent to you last week, there were some general things for you to think about. Our team is prepared to create a protocol that we will use at the multiple sites we'll be at. We're narrowing into the sites we plan to visit based on data, looking at where we've seen some positive outliers related to board goal 3 and board goal 4. As I said, we'll have a protocol, and our research team, Dr. Madrigal and others, will have some questions ready to go. But we also thought it would be important to hear from you tonight if there were some specific questions that you might think you'd be interested in us asking students as it relates to their experiences with board goals 3 and 4. So I'll open it up. If you have either more questions for me, or if you have some thoughts about questions we might ask students, we'll take notes and review the video later to get all of your ideas.
Mr. Moskovitz?
Yes.
I do. If your focus groups could include students who are struggling academically, and then questions regarding the math course. Do you feel your previous math course prepared you for algebra? And what areas of math do you feel most confident in? And what areas do you feel less prepared for? And then another question is, do you feel you were given enough information about the A through G course requirement when you first started high school? And were there any A through G courses you wanted to take but you couldn't due to schedule conflict? Do you feel that A through G courses offered at your school were accessible to all students regardless of background or pathway? And then what suggestions do you have for improving A through G accessibility and support? And then finally, are your counselors accessible? And then how often do you meet with them?
Great, I appreciate that.
Thanks, Brian. So maybe I'll go through the 4 bullet points that you helped provide us with some prompts, and I'll build on what Ms. Lopez shared. So I'm hoping that we get a cross-section of students, right? And so if I think about it with respect to goal 3 and 4, I would think of sort of slightly broader questions, and I know that you'll all figure out what the best sort of mechanism is for that. So among the things that I would like to hear from students, and in either and or both goal 3 and 4, is for the A through G. Actually, I'll start with the math first. I'd love to hear from students who are not yet where we would like for them to be academically, around what they feel they would need to be successful in math. So broad strokes question. My assumptions are based on both the opportunities that we've had to engage with students before, site visits that we've made, students that have come to our board meetings and talked about the great things that are happening at their schools. And oftentimes in those conversations, we hear about something that happened, right? A particular experience that they had that either put them back on that success pathway and or that they're still challenged by. So I think this is an opportunity for us to also hear about, or from students, okay, what would you need right now to be successful, right? We don't know what we don't know, and not to put them on the spot to figure it out, right? But maybe it's around, maybe it covers some of what Ms. Lopez asked. Maybe it's around the content, right? Maybe it's around not feeling prepared. Maybe it's around the delivery. We talked about pedagogy earlier today. So rather than lead them, like, is it this, is it that, maybe start with a broader question, right? And then maybe we can hear from students that have been successful either in A through G completion or in that algebra course around, what they feel, has allowed for them to be successful. One of the things I often find with the testimonials that we receive from students is that they're very loud and clear and can point to very specific things. I think about all the times that we've lifted up our Black student voices and them specifically saying, I want to feel valued. I want to feel heard. I want to be seen. All right. So if we can frame questions with sort of those broad level things that we think can contextualize by either grade level or by at what point, we have data that shares, for instance, at what point students tend to fall off the A through G track, right? But oftentimes we don't get to hear from students, okay, for those students that potentially are 4 or 5 classes off the A through G track, what's their experience with that? What are they feeling, right? Again, depending on grade level, knowing that, hey, I have to do all of this additional work, go to summer school, do some credit recovery to graduate. Oh, and I need to do X, Y, and Z to get back on the A through G track. So I'll leave the specificity of the questions up to the team and the way that you think are most helpful and in alignment. But really the wonderings for me is, okay, what do we do with what we're hearing from students? Whether that's at a teacher level or at the team, the integrated learning team level, and or with our professional development, because to me, in the abstract, it's a harder thing to then take individual student experiences, but then are those connected to things that we go and observe teachers should be doing in the classroom? And then do those correlate then to the sequencing conversations that we had, that if you take accelerated math in the 6th grade, what we expect is, these scenarios with the data that Dr. Madrigal has shared about 7th grade math and 8th grade math. So I said a lot there, Brian, but the essence of what I'm asking is, can we start with some broad questions around students' experiences, what they feel, how they feel, their experiences, then connect to success, whether it's specifically in math or with A through G completion. So a lot of what Ms. Lopez was saying, I'm cool, and I hope we ask those questions. But I'd like to sort of start off with broad strokes, because I do have the sense, not in a bad way, that sometimes I'm using this term, we over-prep students, and it comes off as though the responses are scripted versus sort of more open-ended. And I'm not accusing anyone of that, but it does sound like we're putting a lot of pressure on students to respond to very specific things that we're asking, versus having more of a sort of a open-ended kind of conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate that last point you made, and I think part of the reason we want to test something out, I won't say this is a necessarily a broadly held opinion, but when we have students come into a boardroom, they're on video, their peers, their colleagues know who they are. How honest are they going to be? And sometimes we do not prep them with what to say, but like, here are some of the questions we're going to ask, because we know that it's a sensitive opportunity for them. This is going to be a way for us to get out into their schools where they feel more comfortable. We're in their community, in their locations, in asking questions that are not being televised and not being recorded. And hopefully we'll get some more true, authentic. We're not going to prep them ahead of time, but just really some true, authentic responses. And that's one of the things we want to test out. Is it being them being in their own environment, in a place that feels a little more low stakes, might we get more of the kind of genuine responses from them?
Yeah, and they may not be precisely on the mark with a math response or with an A through G response, but I will forever remember one of our visits to Jordan when it was at the end of the sort of, and again, yes, absolutely, we should prepare students, to build up their confidence in speaking to they. It was literally students with a whole room full of decision makers, administrators, board members, and all of them stood out. But the one thing that I will forever remember for the rest of my life is a student asking if they could go back for a second serving of lunch because they were still hungry. Right? And I remember at the time, the level head office person, we were like, how do we make that happen, right? If students are still hungry in the middle of the day, where else would we all have been privy to? Again, and I'm not saying principals aren't privy to these things, but as an entire team, that vibe, Brian, if we can sort of create or recreate, that we just want to hear from students about, yes, goals 3 and 4, but things that we can do better by.
Does anybody have anything else to add? Oh,
I
Alana.
do. I kind of have a lot, so just take them as you will. Okay, I'll just go one by one as they come. So for the focus group of students, so kind of echoing what the other board members have said, really just want to try to get as wide of a variety of students as possible, those who are succeeding and those who aren't doing as well, people from different backgrounds and grade levels and who are taking different courses, because we really want the perspective of not just, the group that stands out the most, but also the ones that are hidden. And then for board goal 3, and this can also relate to the A through G requirement for board goal 4, is what has helped you learn the best? And then do you think you've mastered the curriculum at the level that you should have? What else? And then what outside classroom resources have they used, or what has been actually helpful to them? And then for board goal 4, are they aware of their A through G progress, and kind of like what was mentioned earlier about meeting with their counselor, and if they're aware of the progress that they're making and if they're on track or if they're not. If it's reassuring for them to have a planned course that will prepare them for college admission. And then just kind of an open one, what resources or tools can we implement to aid in their learning or their progress? And just what ideas do they have for us? I think that's it. So, thanks.
Great questions. Alana, I'm wondering, so we have one more board meeting between, so on May 7th, there's a board meeting. I'm wondering if maybe sometime in the afternoon we could meet with you and kind of test out some of what we're thinking about.
Yeah.
And you can give us some feedback. Does it feel like the right things that students might be able to answer and want to answer, and maybe you can help us revise from there?
Yeah, that'd be great. I love that.
I appreciate everything that my colleagues have said. The only thing that I would add that hasn't already been suggested is that I'd be curious to know what our students learn about A through G prior to high school. How are they made aware of those requirements before even entering high school, so that they know what the expectations are, that sort of thing.
Brian, understandably, we can't cover everything and have a cross-section of the entire district. Is there an opportunity to consider hearing from our neurodiverse learners as well?
Yeah, these are all great ideas. Good news is we have some experts in our district as it relates to putting together kind of qualitative listening sessions with students. Dr. Madrigal and her team, Mr. Itzen and his team, they've really done a lot of this. And so based on your feedback, which I really appreciate, we'll put together what we believe is a really solid protocol. We'll check in with Ms. Arroyo to see what she thinks about that before we head out. And then we'll plan to, on the 7th, at the next board meeting, we'll give a little bit more context about the actual visit itself, so you all are kind of aware of what we're doing. doing. We are planning at this point to go to a middle school to talk with students about their math algebra process or an approach, and then to a high school to talk with students about maybe both algebra and their A through G experience. But again, we'll have a structure and a process that we'll ask the same questions with all the students we're in contact with, and then that evening when we come back, we will then have a group discussion about what did we hear and what do we do based on what we heard. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And next we will move to item 16.2, Student Outcomes Focused Governance, Board Self-Evaluation, and I'll invite Greg, who is so quick, he's already there, to lead us in that discussion.
Hello, Board, Superintendent. Thanks for having me back. I know the hour is getting late. I think this is one of the last real big items that might take a little time. So stick with me. We can all do this together. This is a practice that we ask boards to do once a quarter and looking back on the prior quarter. So looking back January, February, and March. I also wanted to share, just as we get started, you've been on this journey for years. This is only your second time in a row hitting this progress of checking using this specific framework. And so in some ways, yes, I want to fully acknowledge you've been on this journey for years, and in another way, you're really early on some of these key practices. And generally speaking, when boards first do this, which you did in December, it is very common that the score is literally 0 points. And I want to be clear, I'm not sure what your score will be tonight. You will figure that out. But it's also very common that the score remains 0. It can take till the third or sometimes even the fourth time to start seeing the work that you are definitely accomplishing, that you'll see tonight, but actually add up to points. Okay, that's just the nature of the framework. The other thing I wanted to say as we get started is the quarterly self-evaluation has multiple goals, I could say. One is to just assess where is the board in its journey from going from adult inputs focused to student outcomes focused. And wherever you are on the journey, there are always next steps. So one of the purposes is to assess the situation where you are, and the another purpose is, what does the board want to do differently in the next quarter? You know, what would you like to be different so that when you come to this process again in July, you have accomplished new things or more things. So have that in mind, that idea of next steps, and those are definitely things that tend to influence the implementation timeline, which I know you were discussing. And then the final thing that often occurs during a quarterly self-evaluation is it's a great opportunity to clarify what is even in here. And we did some clarification earlier this afternoon, but this is another opportunity to ask questions, be curious. Whenever you're like, and staff, you can also help out with some of these things. Sometimes board members, we can't always remember, well, did we do that or did we not do that? Staff can weigh in. And staff, you can also weigh in on some of these next steps are really, the superintendent shall do these things. So this is also an opportunity to capture what are the next steps staff can do in the next quarter to help the whole governing team, board and superintendent, move forward in the implementation. And then I just have to say, Board Member Lopez, thank you so much for reading the timeline so thoroughly. I gotta say, I loved all the questions and stuff you had on it. When we get a chance to do more clarifying, I actually think what you're bringing up aligns with the intention of the framework. So what we're getting wrong is how we're saying it. Because you're absolutely right. The board should not be endorsing, candidates from the dais or anything like that. As just one example. And absolutely, the community absolutely has a role in budget adoption, as expressed in the vision and the values of the community that the board listened to create the goals and the guardrails. So I just want to really applaud you digging in and raising questions. It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing for every board member to do. So thank you. Okay, vision and goals. We always start at the left for each page. We start in the red. We want those things to be false. So I'm going to just ask, board members, are all the things in red this time false? I heard one yes. You all have to talk to each other, convince each other.
So I originally had a true for the board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between inputs, outputs, and outcomes, but then based on our afternoon's discussion, my question to Greg would be, are we talking about every single board member, or are we talking about the board as a collective with these?
The board.
Okay. So then
There are items, a lot of what is referred to in here says the board. There are some that say board members.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good point. I think that this morning's discussion, or let's call it review, was really, really helpful. And just for me personally, I was a little disappointed that we didn't have full representation of the board, because I think that some of the questions that were brought up earlier could have been resolved. But all things considered, with that being said, now I'm too, and probably in the same thought process of questioning if the board has consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between input, outputs, and outcomes. But before today, I said false.
And in December, this is where the board was at, and so we put it on the timeline. We finally got to it today, but that was the idea. You all decide.
But Mr. Miller, are you thinking that the board as a whole?
Yeah. I would say that there were some comments today that were brought up that makes me question if we have a full consensus on the differences between those three.
I don't know if we need full consensus.
Well, I think
Coach,
consistently is the key word for me, that we've only gone through this afternoon.
Yeah.
So I don't know, based on one afternoon, 2-hour sort of session, whether I'm comfortable with saying, not consistently or consistently.
And that's fine with me, because when you look at the next column over.
There's a bunch of truths there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not going
not gonna
to
move
make a
forward, that's right.
difference as far as earning us any points.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'll just say, do not focus on trying to earn the points. That's like the game of this. That's
Dude, you're asking the wrong guy.
I know. It's the
A winner.
points.
I like
The
to win.
points. Let me offer you this. If you'll notice, on vision and goals, mastering student outcomes focus is worth 35 points, and mastering student outcomes focus on the next page, values and guardrails, is 15 points. You can see we're up to 50, and on page 3, monitoring and accountability, mastering is worth another 30. If boards accomplish mastering student outcomes focus on those, just half the model on just 3, you could be at 80 points. The points are really to help send a signal about which places give you the most, bang for your buck in terms of becoming effective on behalf of students. It's not that the rest of it doesn't matter. It all adds up. It's all going to help you become that much more effective. But that's why there are even points. Even if you say you're still in the red, I want us to acknowledge all the work that you've done in the other columns and which ones you expect to get done by the next time. So I'm hearing you think you're in not student outcomes focused based on the last quarter, because you're looking backwards a quarter. But I do want to know, now go all the way to the blue, mastering student outcomes focus, the last one, when you set the goals, did you have a student needs analysis when you set the goals? Or either a root cause analysis or a comprehensive student needs analysis? You had the summary of the community listening, and did you also have student needs analysis when you set the goals?
Yeah, we did with the Vision 2035. Is that what I'm thinking? And our own community outreach. I mean, each of us, we went out in pairs and we spoke to our respective communities.
Right. You had the summary of the listening, but you also had student data.
Right.
Yes.
Correct. And that's what that last one is. So you have accomplished that one in the mastering. How about the first one in mastering? Did you use a process that you feel the community such that the community expresses ownership of the goals? I know we've talked about this before.
I don't think community members right now would express ownership of the goals.
Okay. Yeah, and it's in the timeline to do the work of figuring out what are the community engagements the board wants to do to get to that point. So that is in the timeline, and the beginning of those discussions is in the timeline for this coming quarter. I don't know exactly when it'll get agendized.
Yeah, I agree. I think we did a good job as far as the Vision 2035. I know that we brought in students to Long Beach City College, and I remember all the Post-it notes along the walls and everything. Brought in hundreds of students. So I know for that process, we included, I think we were more successful in including community. But you're right, we need to do a better job of that.
Well, and to me, there's a difference between folks feeling like they were involved in the process and the visioning and listening versus the actual development of the goals themselves, right? That were based in large part on the community's participation. So I'm not saying no, but I don't think, like if I went into my district with a pair, I don't think and we asked, talk to us about our board goals, I don't think we would have a collective ownership of here are the board goals.
You can follow this thread from red to blue. The bottom red one, you haven't even listened, right? In 36 months. In yellow, you publicly at the bottom, the board publicly posted for public comment. In green, the board included staffs, parents, students, and community members in the goal development process. And in blue, that the community was included such that they express ownership of it. So you can see kind of the spectrum of the process. Okay, so that one is not accomplished, but it's on the timeline to have a discussion about what it would mean to take it. Right. And it's a mastering student outcomes focused level. It's not an easy thing to accomplish, but if you don't aim for it, you definitely won't get there. How about the middle one about interim goals? We talked a little bit about this afternoon. Have we accomplished that one yet?
Not yet, but I think we can put that on the list for next steps for next quarter.
Yeah, so that's one that we're hoping to be able to say we're true on by the time we do this again in July. Unclear if we'll get to that first one by July, but you'll at least have started talking about it for sure. Okay, so how about in green? Which of these how about some of these? Are any of these accomplished?
Sorry, Greg, is green the second column?
Sorry, meeting student outcomes focus. I apologize. I start with the first column, then we go all the way to mastering, and then we work backwards. I know it's kind of a weird system. So the first one reads, the board's goals all pertain to desired student outcomes. Right? Check. Keep going. Have you accomplished any others?
That the board has included students, parents, staff, and community members in the goal development process.
Any others from that column that you've accomplished? Staff, help them out if you want.
I was going to say, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I think all of them.
Yeah.
I think we've done all the things in that column.
The only one that we don't yet have in that column, in my opinion, is the one related to our interim goals do not yet have annual targets.
Right.
The second one, but I think the rest are, yes.
Is it implicit though, Brian, do you think?
In the way that, in the second column, in the way that they talk about the SMART goal needing measure population starting point, ending point, starting date, ending date, we don't yet have that for our interim goals, but we will within the next month or so.
Right.
Okay.
Hence my question earlier today about sort of leading indicators versus interim, goals. Yeah.
So far, wherever we are not saying we've accomplished it, we feel like there's a next step in the coming quarter.
Right.
Okay. How about in yellow? Has the board adopted in collaboration with the superintendent goals? The first one? Sorry, I'm in approaching student outcome focus now.
Yes.
Yes.
And are the goals SMART?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So that one is checked off. Do you have no fewer than one and no more than 5?
Yes.
Correct.
All right. And we've talked about the interim goals. Those are coming this coming quarter, so not yet.
Well, we do have interim goals, so that one is a
excuse me.
yes. We just don't have the annual targets for them.
Got it.
Yeah, so for me, oddly, I had all of the second column, the gold, checked. But then, yeah.
Got it. And staff, you can confirm all the interims are updatable multiple times a year?
Yep.
Okay. So so you can see quickly here, you can go from technically 0 points with a few more steps, you can get to certain 25 and maybe 35. Okay.
I'm absolutely counting points, by the way.
I want to before we move on. That was pretty fast for the one column or the page that is worth the most points, across it. So I do want to just pause a moment. Are there any other next steps that people have, or questions that people have, or disagreements about what the board says it has accomplished? I don't want to rush through anything.
The one thing that I gave me a little bit of cause for pause is the subjectiveness of some of the terminology, right? So when I was looking at the third column, meeting student outcome focus, right? So that's the green one. At the very end, one of the requirements is that the goals and interim goals will challenge the organization and will require change in adult behaviors. And for me, when I heard that term, I was like, what do you mean by the term require? Does that mean that we're training our teachers different? Does that mean that we're changing our curriculum in regards to how we approach different pedagogy? That was what I meant. So I was like, are we requiring that they change? And so that's where I
So the require part, I think, is the clearer part.
Yeah.
What the changes are, that's up to you all.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to say, if you're aiming for something different or new, don't expect to get there without different actions and behaviors.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But it is your point. To your point, it is ultimately the board's call on if the goals and interim goals are sufficiently challenging to be worthy of the vision of the community.
Right.
That you're setting, I think boards often think about it's that match between attainability of the goals, but also pushing and stretching on behalf of children.
Mm-hmm. I guess for me, the only reason why I had some cause for pause around the term require is that when I think about require, I think about laws and policy, and have we created a policy that, for example, our grading policy is a requirement, right? Yeah. And so when we're talking about, anyway, just taking a step back, that was where I was just kind of struggled a little bit.
No, I think it's a good question, and I think you should wrestle with it every 3 months at least. But your goals are policy, and you should ask your staff if after you've set those goals, have they changed any of their action steps because of what you did when you passed that policy. Every action the board takes has an impact, for sure. Are we? I don't. Again, want to other comments. I'm not saying I didn't. I wasn't trying to say it was good or bad. I'm just
no. I smiled because when you said every step you take, it just songs start playing in my head.
Yes,
Right.
Other comments on this first vision and goals.
Well, just that, can we expect that annual targets would be a reasonable
That's a good question, and that one refers to the goals.
Next quarter.
The goal ending points, yeah. So in addition to the whatever the target is in June of 28, do you have annual targets for the Junes between them? And if you don't, is it reasonable to have the board? We would say the board gets a chance to adopt those.
We have those now.
Oh, you do have those
yes.
now. Okay. So maybe could we clarify and just send them out to everybody, or?
Sure. What we'll do is when we're, like I said, we're close to coming back with interim goals that have annual targets. And when we have those ready, maybe in the next month or so, we can come back with the whole thing packaged together and share that.
That'd be great.
Okay, so I'm going to add that to next steps for next quarter.
Okay. All right, values and guardrails. It will go faster. Are the red ones false? You want the first column, not student outcomes focused, to be false.
I have faults for both of them.
Okay. Anyone have anything different? All right. You have an opportunity for some points. We'll see. Go all the way to mastering student focus, the final column. The first one is very similar. I would be surprised if your community expresses ownership of the guardrails and doesn't express ownership of the goals, right? And chances are the process you come up with and discuss, you'll attack both of those at the same time, I would imagine. Most boards do. Does that make sense? Okay. What about the second one in mastering, the interim guardrails? Where are we at with that?
We don't have interim guardrails yet.
And what's the plan?
I don't believe.
If all goes well, a month from now, we'll bring it all back together.
Yeah, that's all. I mean, that's amazing. That's a lot of work. And staff, please reach out if we can be helpful. Of course, that's very difficult work. This is one of my favorite ones. The last one, it's somewhere on the implementation timeline. Someone want to read that last one in Mastering Student Outcomes Focus?
In addition to the guardrails on the superintendent's authority, the board has adopted 1 to 5 guardrails in its own behavior and evaluates itself against them at least quarterly.
So first, let me talk about the last part about that clause. If you were to choose to do this, you would adopt 1 to 5 guardrails for yourself, not for the superintendent. Same idea. These do not have interim guardrails. You can evaluate yourself against the one or more of them right here in this quarterly process, like when you get to it as part of the framework. And the idea is that it's not unlike having bylaws or other operating procedures. It's just another way of just helping. The idea would be is, do you need something? Would a guardrail help the board focus on its work? If you don't want to do it, you do not have to do it, but that's what that is.
It's really almost like an additional self-evaluation.
Yeah, and a lot of boards have, well, in addition to bylaws, they sometimes have norms or meeting norms, things like that. And we just find that the negation language, as we talked about earlier today, creates more freedom.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know we're not in Mastering Student Outcomes Focus. Go back to Meeting Student Outcomes Focus. Looks like the superintendent's going to provide, when we get those interim guardrails, also the ending points each year. So that's coming, not yet. All the interim guardrails will pertain to outputs or outcomes, not inputs. Did the board include the public in coming up with the guardrails?
Absolutely.
All right, so you got that one. Did y'all consider a theory of action when you were doing that work? Okay. It's like a special guardrail, and there's some examples in the manual. I'll find the page here in a sec. And the framework does not require that the board adopt a theory of action. That's not a requirement. We just want you to have the opportunity to consider if you want one. And then if you don't, it's fully appropriate for the superintendent to say that they want a theory of action and they can create one and use one if that's helpful for them. So that's what this is. So if you're interested in that, that's one that we would do a little work around sharing a little bit more about what would that even be, and I would have you start with reading the one page on. Let me just find it real quick. There's some example goals and some example theories of action in the manual, and of course I can never find things right when I need to. I'm going too far. Okay, it is on page 13. While you're flipping at 13, the next item in green is all board guardrails last from 3 to 5 years. Yep, so you got that, and the interims, I assume, will also when they come. So you're on track there. And then similarly, the same idea around the change in actions and behavior. How about approaching? What have we accomplished in the yellow column?
The board publicly posted the guardrails in public comment prior to adoption.
The last one, great. How about the first one? Have you adopted guardrails?
We have, but not the describes a single operational action or class of actions. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
No, you might. No, I think you're looking at the right one. I'm now looking at your guardrails. May not allow resources to be allocated, may not allow major district-wide initiatives to go forth, may not allow implementation or adoption of any classroom curricula. So you're saying each of those is too broad?
So I'm gonna go with Mr. Miller's previous comment. This is very, like, I don't know, here's the part where, is class of action a particular technical thing that's used in student outcomes focused governance, or we're saying an action?
An action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds pretty technical to me, Greg. A single operational action.
The idea is that each guardrail is not a and can't do this, and can't do this, and can't do this, and can't do this.
Okay, got it. So then we have.
Then you think you're good?
Yes, we're good on that one. Yeah.
Great. And you've done no fewer than 1 and no more than 5.
Yeah, we got.
So you got that one.
Yep.
And you're going to have interims next time.
Yep.
So, okay. So you got where you're at. So still then I think, even though the red in this case is all false, that's still where you end up landing, because you have to earn all of yellow to get into yellow. Yeah. You need those interim guardrails.
You can't move on to the next one, yeah.
You gotta, I know, but this is why you gotta not look at the points. You gotta look at all the check marks you have accomplished. I know, Mr. Miller.
I'm an ex-athlete, man. You can't put points in front of me and tell me I can't go. I'm just kidding.
You're close. You guys, you've been doing a lot of work. The last big points is monitoring and accountability. So again, look at this is on page 4, not student outcomes focused. Are all of those false? You want the ones on page 4 all to be false. And please, if there's more comments, let me know.
So we don't currently track our
Page
use of
4.
time.
Page 4, the not student outcomes focused. And this is, again, remember, we're looking back at the prior quarter.
So we don't track our use of time in board authorized public meetings.
No, now you do. You're going to do it.
But you just said looking back.
Right, so you didn't, but now you do.
I'm not tracking right now as we're talking.
Well, you're going to do it you're going to go back and watch the recording.
So I will. So the next time we come back to this, we would have tracked, yes.
Yeah.
It's convenient how Greg on some things is very precise and on other things, but you are going to do that.
I say we go with that one, though.
Well, you're looking backwards, so you're saying you haven't been tracking your time. I'm with you. And as a next step, we have a plan to start that process right away.
Yes.
Yep.
Correct. And although we had a conversation about customer service issues, owner service issues, again, to me, the not consistently part, other than the one time we had that conversation today.
You're right. Right. So hopefully in 3 months, you'll have had some more time under your belts and you'll see how things go. One, this one here about the monitoring calendar, you're all working on it. You're also working on bringing an updated monitoring calendar. Wow, you guys are busy. Okay.
That might take 6 weeks, not 4.
Yeah, that's really busy. now I'm going to mastering student outcomes focus in blue. There was some talk tonight about getting to 80% of time spent monitoring student outcomes focus. If you can get to 80%, I'm full support. I just want to be clear, the framework at the mastering level calls for 50%. Nothing wrong with going over, but that's what it calls for. Anything in the mastering that you think you've accomplished?
Can I ask a quick question, Greg?
Yeah.
I've heard you say multiple times the 50%. It's in the far right column.
Yeah.
And I know it's a goal. It's the goal.
Yeah.
But
it's hard to get to.
When we're far away from that, is it reasonable to set let's see if we can get to 25% for the next year? I mean, is it reasonable to do something like that?
Yes, and let me make sure I come back. I want to come back to that thought when we get to approaching student outcomes focus. So make sure I come back to that. But do we think we've accomplished anything? Have you modified your goals or guardrails more than once during the span of the? I don't think you have. So that one right now is true. So even though you have some things in red that we need to work on, there are some things you have accomplished some of the items in the mastering here as well. Okay, how about meeting student outcomes focus? I don't think you're not tracking time, so you don't know yet if you're at 25%, but you're gonna know soon. Are more than 2 goals monitored a month? No, so you got that one. Every goal monitored at least 4 times a year. Is that what the calendar says? Yep. Every guardrail once a year? Not yet. Not yet. It's coming. And then this is that plan you were talking about putting it all together, with all the annual targets and everything. The board has been provided copies of the superintendent's plan for implementing the goals and work to ensure the plan included a timeline of implementation and implementation instruments. So we can talk more about that, but that's basically that playbook that we were describing before. So that one may take even longer. Staff is working on a lot of stuff. That one may not happen in the next quarter. And has the last one, the most recent annual superintendent evaluation took place no more than 12 months ago?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, you've accomplished quite a few things in the mastering and meeting student outcomes focus. So now back on approaching. So I tracked your time in March. Okay. It wasn't for the whole quarter, but in your March meeting, 14%. You were at 14% approaching, which would hit you at the approaching student outcomes level. I thought it was pretty darn good. Actually, I skipped the part. The more impressive thing was, can someone read for me under the same page, mastering student outcomes focus, the last point? So looking backwards, again, we have a tool where we score the monitoring conversations. We have a way of trying to understand how effective are the conversations at monitoring effectiveness, right? And so I only looked at March, but y'all were at basically 80% effective. You have some incredible instincts. If I can, Director Lopez, your questions were fabulous during that monitoring session last month. You have incredible instincts around monitoring, and we have 4 and 5 hour trainings around that work that are much later in the timeline. So just want to say, you've got some good instincts there. Yes, you were only at 14% in terms of time, but you made really good use of that time. So I just wanted to share that. It was only March, but good work. How about finishing up approaching? Are there any other items under approaching that you all accomplished? I know we're working on the interim goals and guardrails and monitoring calendar. That's happening right now.
Right.
But you do have an adopted monitoring calendar.
Does the monitoring calendar need to have the interim guardrail or the guardrail monitoring also?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have that yet.
Okay, that's fine. Keep the clarifying questions coming. That's great. Of the goals. Right, you did it just through the fiscal year, the calendar year. Yeah.
Although I would say, or I would ask, will that monitoring calendar change year over year? Because it goes according to when data from assessments become available. Will that change year after year? So I would argue that the monitoring calendar we currently have is for the life of the goals.
Get those points.
I wanted you to think that it was a lot harder what we were going to have to accomplish. But yes, we're just going to go ahead and copy that for 3 more years. Yeah.
But in that, didn't I read in either a board update or the notes from one of the meetings that we'll be reconsidering what we're using for the interim goals? Okay.
But what the calendar shows right now is which goals we're going to monitor which months. It doesn't say what the interim measures are for that. So we will be able to readily create the 5-year or 3 more year monitoring calendar. Even if later we change the interim goals at some point, that should not change the when we monitor the different goals.
Okay, then I'm affirming Diana's point. Then I think we have it.
And that is a really good point and good recollection that monitoring calendar does center around when the data is available for us to bring back. So,
yeah, that you definitely want to monitor in that sweet spot where the data is fresh and actionable, but also you need to staff needs enough time to do the analysis and all this stuff. It can be a tricky needle to thread. How about the last one? Superintendent is evaluated. We talked, I think, a little bit about this briefly this afternoon. Only on the board's goals and guardrails, interim guardrails. Is that currently true? No, not yet, and probably not going to be accomplished in the next quarter either. No. If you were going to take a step in that direction, you could have a conversation about future superintendent evaluations. You might not have conducted one, I don't know, but you could have a conversation about it.
which will be timely as we think about taking district goals, not having separate district goals, using the interim goals as connected to my evaluation.
So I want to acknowledge we're halfway through, but we also have already captured a ton of next steps that board and staff are going to be working on. So I recommend for these final 3 pages, as I said, it's only the remaining 20 points of the framework. Go ahead and let's be clear, where are we? Are we in the red or are we in the yellow? And maybe we'll come up with a quick action step, but we'll move a little faster. Okay, communication and collaboration. Are any of the reds true?
No.
They're all false, right? I think they are. Anyone disagree?
I left I left it blank. I didn't put true or false, but it said any meeting of the board lasted more than 8 hours.
It doesn't count retreats or training, so I didn't count the morning part of our last meeting. Otherwise, we were here for 15 hours if we counted that one.
Right.
So, but it says they're not counting the trainings or meeting retreat things.
I think it was 15 and a half.
Okay. It also doesn't count closed session or public comment.
Okay. I'll take it.
Yeah, this model, this governance model is definitely the opposite of trying to limit public comment. That is not what we are about. We want you to go out and do even more engagements. How about, have we accomplished anything on mastering? Do you receive everything 7 days in advance?
We do get things 7 days in advance. We get them Wednesdays.
Okay. So I think that one might be one that you have accomplished. And then, anything in green that anyone's accomplished?
Say that one more time.
Sorry, and at the meeting student outcomes focus, have we accomplished anything there?
I don't think so.
And how about approaching? I know we have a next step on one of those items. That's only 2 items under approaching. Do you use the consent for everything that's consent eligible? Okay. And then Dr. Benitez and I are going to get going on time tracking. So even if we haven't accomplished that, we have a next step ready to go. So we're looking at 1 point for sure in July. All right, next one, unity and trust. Anything in red that's false? You want red to be false.
We have not yet adopted policies for board operating procedures, but those are in the timeline.
You have. You've adopted 7.
Oh, so this isn't the collective policies then?
That's up to you how many you have. It just says do you have board operating procedures? And you do.
Okay. We don't currently, board members serve on committees formed by the superintendent or staff without approval of, we don't have that.
You haven't accomplished that. Yeah. Okay. That one's relatively straightforward. You can get rid of the superintendent committees. You can get rid of board members on superintendent committees. You can have board members approve the board members. There's lots of options.
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's true, and the question here is if any of these are true, then we didn't.
Right. You want these to be false. And that last one, the board is saying it is true right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I believe that would be coming up, that's 9025, the board committees, and that would be on the timeline for May 21st. The bylaw to be considered regarding board committees is bylaw number 9025, and that is scheduled to be discussed May 21st.
Okay, so we know the score is 0, and we have some next steps, it sounds like, on trying to do something differently. What about mastering student outcomes focus? Have any of those been accomplished? The blue column on the far side? Did you conduct a quarterly self-evaluation during the previous 3-month period and vote to adopt the results? And unanimously vote to adopt the results. Anyone remember what the vote was?
Did we vote? Did we take a vote on that?
Sometimes it comes back on consent later. If not,
I don't recall us taking a vote on the results.
Well, I recommend that you either, I don't know how this item was agendized, either if you're allowed to, when we're done here, vote on it and have a vote about where you all say you are. And if you're not prepared to do that tonight, it could come back at a future meeting, and it can even come back via consent, and you can pull it from consent if you want to discuss it more. It is an action item tonight. So you have the ability to take that action tonight so that in 3 months, you can have accomplished that.
And we're only voting on what we assessed ourselves.
You're just voting on the final, like we're at this level. Yeah. What's your overall score?
Got it.
That's it.
Seems similar to approving a monitoring report.
Yeah. Yeah, you're usually voting to accept a monitoring report is the language we use, more than approving the monitoring report. Yeah. I know some of these, one of the bylaws you passed last month, I think it's 9050, did speak to ethics and conflict of interests and aligning with the California laws around that. I hate to do this, but the meeting student outcomes focus, if you wanted that column, it's 3 sentences in, and I don't know if it's already in that language or if you'd have to reopen it. So you don't need to, but if you want to accomplish that column, you would have to revisit that specific bylaw, which you could do well down the road.
We have 2. The one that we passed didn't have this specific language.
Okay.
But we have another in draft form for us to consider that possibly if we wanted to include that specific language, we could put it in.
Got it. Yeah, and I think being very clear, the three parts of the additions beyond the typical ethics and conflict of interest law that the framework calls for is that you won't give operational advice or instructions to staff members, that you consider yourselves representing all students, not just the students in your one district, and that you will recuse yourself from matters involving campaign donors, which might be a higher bar than the state of California. I'm not sure when it comes to, you might already have to do that. I don't know.
Jeff, we did pass, or adopt, I should say, a compliance conflict of interest thing that we separated out from the bylaws conflict of interest stuff, correct?
We passed an updated conflict of interest code, not necessarily, yeah, right.
Okay.
So, but not necessarily a bylaw related to conflict of interest. And that's not one that you adopted at our last?
Oh, it's not. Sorry. I can't remember.
I'm trying to remember.
The one that we adopted was the one where Mr. Strumpfer went down and he said, this is taken right out
from
of
the law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's your conflict of interest, your bylaw related to conflict of interest. Yes.
And the code, I believe we passed a few months
The
ago.
code we passed a few months before, but that's your that conflict of interest code related to Form 700, yeah.
Okay, anything else that people want to add on unity and trust?
Oh, I might as well just ask this question.
Yeah.
I've asked it before. How do you build any unity and trust when committees that are formed by the superintendent have to be approved by the superintendent and the board? And so here's my question. It's when somebody on the board may want to be on a committee, but could be controversial, and may be asking the questions that, the public, the district, whomever may not want to hear, and then, and we're expected to build unity and trust, but then we have the individual that we are supervising, evaluating, approving of the committee that we're
Yeah, it's a
to
great
participate
question.
in.
And you're referring here in the red, right? Yes. Yeah, and thank you for the question. So first off, these are in some districts, these don't exist. There are no superintendent committees, but here there have been superintendent committees. And so in this instance, it's the superintendent's committee. It's their committee on whatever topic about some piece of their superintendent work. So it's in our coaching, it's reasonable that the superintendent would get to be able to say who they want on their committee. This protection, though, is if the superintendent wants a board member also on that committee, that the superintendent does not get to just pick their favorite or whatever. That's what this is trying to guard against. They're saying the board gets to approve. If the superintendent says, I would like one of you please to serve on my committee, or two of you to please come serve on my committee. And it's the board's decision. The soup does not get a say. That's the spirit of it. And so it's a check against that kind of dynamic. Now, the alternative is if the board doesn't get to approve who serves from the board, not the other members of the committee, just who from the board represents on that committee, then how would you decide, who's on the committee? Like
Right. That makes sense.
Okay.
But it does say, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it does say without approval of the superintendent and a majority of the board.
That's right. You need both. You
Yeah.
You would need the board to say, yes, the board will put this person on. And since it's a superintendent committee, the soup would also get a chance to say, yeah, that works. That'll work for me. That is what that is about.
But Greg, I thought that we didn't want these to be true, that we don't want that to happen.
Right. It's a without.
So our interpretation of this, we actually approved and voted on the reason why these two people are on the
Implementation.
committee is because we decided as a board, we voted and we said it has to be the board to vote on that, not the superintendent.
Right. We need with approval of the superintendent and a majority of the board. And this sentence in red says without. So I get.
But it says or, Greg.
Superintendent or staff.
Without the approval of the superintendent and.
Correct. And a majority of the board.
But we decided at our last meeting, it should be in the minutes.
Yeah.
That we would vote for any board representation on any committee.
And that is the coaching.
Yes.
Yes.
But we didn't go and ask Dr. Baker, do you approve of that we voted Mr. Miller onto the committee?
Understood. Got it. If there are any concerns, that's an interesting point. I'm not sure if the implementation team is a committee of the superintendent, a committee of the board, or just a creature of the governance model. So I could visit with AJ about that. Okay. That's a good question. I haven't had that one before. Yeah. And in the meantime, I would say if the superintendent has any concerns with the two board members that were present, she should visit with me about that.
Yeah. And again, going back to Ms. Lopez's interpretation, we had this discussion precisely because of this and the concerns as we heard them. So we took a vote. We said we want to be able to decide if a board member is going to serve on a committee, it would be the board to make that decision. All I'm saying is we've already decided that. We've already voted. And again, all respect to Dr. Baker, we're not asking, we're not requiring, we're not going to adhere to Dr. Baker deciding which of us can participate. If we vote on something, we voted on it.
Yeah, this only applies to something called superintendent committees. This is her work, and she has all sorts of committees that y'all are invited to, I'm sure.
But that don't require, that's the difference here, Greg. I think we're saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Just clarifying. Those do not require participation from our board.
Right. This is only referring to superintendent, board members serve on committees formed by the superintendent. The spirit of it is, and the superintendent wants a board member on the committee. They want a board, not like a specific board member. They want the board represented on the committee. So it's in that scenario where they have it is a superintendent committee and they want board member participation on that committee. It's simply trying to say that the superintendent doesn't get to just go pick. That's what it's trying to protect. So it's too unique of a case, maybe.
So I think what we need to establish just for clarity
Yeah.
and for precedent,
Yeah.
right, is the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Committee
A superintendent committee. That's a great question. Yeah.
The timeline, the implementation timeline
implementation
team.
That team.
And then we might also use as an opportunity for learning or for looking at it from this perspective, the advisory groups that currently exist. One around student outcome focused governance, one around budget policy, human resources, learning, instruction and learning supports. Test those as a means of saying and then if there's a different way of doing it that is in line with this, then there's an opportunity for adjustment. So we have a couple things we can test.
I've got a next step. I'm going to go learn a little bit more, visit with AJ on that, and we'll come back on that.
And I'm not trying to do the same thing here, Greg, but
Yeah.
there is other language somewhere else that I'm too tired to look for right now regarding all committees.
Yes.
And that's the part that we used as reference to make a decision and take action on. It's going to be the board that votes for, and we had a whole conversation about the board voting for that versus allowing for the superintendent to appoint.
Yeah, that I think is on page 6. It's just one column over at the bottom. All board members agree that if the board has committees, their role is only to advise the board and not advise the staff. That's one place that it refers to committees.
It's somewhere else on who decides.
It's definitely, I believe, in one of the bylaws that.
So.
Just point of clarification, I think in one of the bylaws related to the roles and responsibility of the board president, you all removed that language from the bylaw and directed to come back with a separate bylaw that would address that the board has the ability, only the board has the ability to
That's right.
appoint.
Yeah, not
So
the chair.
I don't know that you've technically voted on it yet, because the issue was to take it out of the roles and responsibility of the board president
That's
and
right.
put it elsewhere into a bylaw that has yet to be
That's right,
adopted.
And that would be Board Bylaw 9025, to be discussed May 21st.
But again, precedent has been set that we took a vote on whatever we're calling this committee that Diana and Eric are.
Implementation
There
Timeline
you go.
Team.
Last one. Where are you at? Continuous improvement, page 7.
From a mastering standpoint, the board includes students as presenters in at least one of the student outcome-focused governance training sessions during the previous 12 months. That is true.
You use you led a governance training and included students as
We've-
presenters?
We've had, well, now you got me questioning, because I know we've had student presenters over the last 12 months, but was it correct? But was it part of a monitoring? I think it was the last time I could think of a student presenter, it was actually during a workshop.
And this one's really about training sessions on the governance model.
Got it.
But absolutely double down on including students in monitoring, for sure. This one, though, is about including students. So part of this one is about, creating training opportunities for board members, for staff, for community members in the model, and including students as being trained and being part of the presentations.
Got it.
The next one was the one, Board Member Lopez, you brought up before. Prior to being selected, board members get training in the governance model. And so boards handle that lots of ways. The best way, actually, is to do it nowhere near election time, is to be training all, regular times to community members all the time. It is very common. A lot of districts, though, who are aligning to the framework do create additional opportunities around election seasons, and they want they create the reason to have multiple is so that if one person does miss one, they would have another chance to come to another one. And the board the spirit of it is the board taking responsibility, saying, hey, these people declared candidacy. They're on the ballot. They've spoken up. We need to reach out to all of them, including our opponents, and invite them in and help them to get training in the model. That is the spirit behind this. It is absolutely not about putting your thumb on the scale and saying only some people get trained and others don't. Not at all.
And so you're saying that we would be providing the same training, the same presentation at different times to allow accessibility to prospective candidates?
That would definitely be my recommendation.
Yeah, we just approved a timeline that actually coincides with elections. So you are saying it should be at a different time, but it was just approved, and it very much coincides with the elections.
Yeah, it should be both. It should be both. We should be training all the time, and when we have declared candidates, making sure that declared candidates who we know are going to be on the ballot we reach out to them and they get access to the training.
Did I miss something? Because I don't think we approved anything. Just
You approved a change to the timeline specific to when you're going to address bylaws.
No, I know that.
But the timeline was approved at the last meeting, just the bylaws, and then we talked about the getting your advisement about the monitoring visit.
Yeah. I think it was approved, I think, in February.
Greg, that training, so there's a difference between an election cycle and the period of time with when candidates declare their candidacy.
Uh-huh.
All right. So we could have a June election cycle, June primary, November election, but the actual time frame for declaring candidacy is not, it's, in this case, it will be like in January, February for next election cycle, irrespective of the June primary. So my question is, for us to consider, right, if we're gonna make any adjustments, is, my understanding was that we should have ongoing trainings for anyone in the community, whether they're going to run or not, so that they become familiar with the model, with the board goals, and that as a part of that, we also offer trainings for people considering if they're going to run for school board.
Correct.
Whether they've filed or not, because again, the sequence is, I don't want to get caught up in the sequence of an election cycle or when candidates are going to file, because every 2 years we stagger in Long Beach, because we're a charter city. The elections are staggered.
Okay. Sometimes
Sometimes it's in March or April with a swearing in December. Other times it's in June. So I think for me, the more time we spend around when elections happen or don't happen or when candidates have to file by, we get caught up then in the perception that we're scheduling things that coincide with only offering trainings for some community members and not others.
Yeah, and that's definitely not, so if you can definitely solve this by offering a regular schedule of trainings throughout the year and ignoring all that stuff. The other spirit about it, though, is if you were to accomplish this, most districts, in order to accomplish this, where it says anyone who ends up on the board got trained prior to being elected, generally that requires outreach to declared candidates. That's all. But you could accomplish it without reaching out to declared candidates. You definitely could. Yeah. All right. We got lots of next steps. Thank you all for going so deep on this. We have a volunteer on time tracking. Probably between now and the next quarter, we're going to look for a volunteer to practice facilitating this conversation, so it's not me in July. Y'all can have one of you try facilitating this one. So think on that. Thank you all for having me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Coach.
Can we have thing, but can we have somebody prepare?
You're talking about a confirmation of the scores, right?
Yes.
Of each. I agree.
Each item.
And Mr. Otto is a part of that we take action tonight, that we accept whatever the results of the agreed upon score is?
We have to do that?
I think we heard from Greg that's we should do that.
Yes. Okay, that's fine.
Did anybody keep track of the score?
I did.
What'd you?
Did we get zero?
Yeah, so with vision and goals, unfortunately, we got a 0.
Hold on.
With values and guardrails, from my understanding, we got 5 points. Anybody gonna correct me on that one?
No, keep going.
Do you have the interim guardrails?
Yes. No, we don't have the interim guardrails? Oh, did I mess
We
that
don't
up?
have interim guardrails, correct. So we didn't get the 5 points there.
So that's a 0. Got it. That's right. So this is when I got corrected on if we landed there, that doesn't mean we get the point. We have to get all.
Monitoring and
We got
accountability.
0 on that one.
Well, then we are going back to a different conversation on if Eric has the correct score, and that would be a no.
So just to confirm, Mr. Otto, for monitoring and accountability, I have 0 on my end.
Okay.
Unless a colleague feels different.
Likewise, on values and guardrails and vision and goals.
Yes.
0s. Okay.
All right. So now we're at number 3, which is monitoring and accountability.
Oh. I thought
I
we
have
got
a
0.
0 too.
I have a 0 as well.
And how about communications and collaboration?
We have a 0 because we are still waiting for
But
the
we're
track.
close on that 1 point. We're super close.
Super close.
Yeah.
Okay.
But 0.
Unity and trust?
0.
Okay.
And Greg has some homework to do for us on that committee.
And continuous improvement? So we have 6 zeros.
Yes.
Are you moving to approve that, Mr. Otto?
Yes.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I just ask that for the record that we have the proper score for each category listed in the minutes, please. So 0, 0,
I just missed the continuous improvement.
They were all zeros.
Zero.
Yeah,
Oh, that part.
zeros all the way through. I just want to make sure that we have that captured so that when we show how much we're kicking, next quarter, we can show our improvement.
That's a very hopeful statement. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 5-0. Thank you, Coach. Okay, we still have items on the agenda to get to, so item 16.3, Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures. That's an information-only item. 16. Does anybody have any questions?
I do. Can someone elaborate on the 2 William complaints that were received and unresolved regarding facilities?
Yeah, there are 2 complaints. One is related to Henry and HVAC. The other is related to Milliken bathrooms, and they're both working with staff to resolve the complaints.
Thank you. I will now move to item 16.4, initial bargaining proposals from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit A, to Long Beach Unified School District. And that's an information-only item. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Okay, now we will move to item 16.5, initial bargaining proposals from the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit B, to Long Beach Unified School District. And that's an information-only item. Does anybody have any questions or comments on that one? Okay, and 16.6, initial bargaining proposals from the Long Beach Unified School District to the California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 2, Unit A and Unit B. Information-only item. Any questions or comments? Okay. We've already taken care of 16.7, and that leaves item 16.8 for new business, approval of 2025-2026 schedule of Board of Education meetings and workshops.
Move for approval.
Second.
I do want to say, just perhaps we can in the future consider Saturday meetings as to avoid any potential conflicts like today, that I arrived late. I had a conflict, and I arrived late, and clearly I was reminded of that by my colleagues here. So Saturdays would be great. Saturdays would allow our educators who are also working to participate in these meetings. It would allow our parents who are working to participate in these meetings, and more importantly, ensure that anyone who wants to run and be on a school board can have a full-time job and participate as a board member.
Any further discussion?
Yes, I want to make sure that when we post meetings, whether they be workshops or trainings, Jeff, I want to make sure I get the wording right here. The way that it appears on the public agenda, sometimes it's hard for folks that are looking at it to differentiate that there's actually a meeting before our meeting. In the past, we would have a separate agenda posted for the workshop or training or retreat and the open. So I just want to make sure that we continue that practice, because sometimes it's hard, especially how the public documents are displayed, it's hard to tell that there's 2 different meetings going on.
This is for tonight's meeting, there were 2 separate
Yeah.
agendas,
Yeah.
and that'll be our practice going forward.
I think we had one meeting where we tried something different, took the feedback from you all and we're established in the way that you're describing it right now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion on that one,
I
16.8?
will jokingly say I appreciate this meeting schedule because I won't miss my son's first birthday or my wife's 40th on either one of those. Yeah, doghouse to say the least. Right, 2nd and 41st, right.
Yeah, I was going to say, I believe you're missing your wife's birthday tonight. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I abstain.
That passes 4-0 with 1 abstention. And we are now at report of board members. Mr. Miller.
I previously shared that today's a special day for me and my family, as my wife, who I've been very, very interested in since I was 19 years old, is turning 40 today, so I just wanted to send her a happy birthday. But also, I wanted to acknowledge this month is National Autism Awareness Month. And so as we have our neurodiverse community in our district, who are a very important and integral part to the group of students that we serve, I would like to uplift this community as they often have spoke of feeling unheard and unseen. And so I know that our district has taken plenty of steps to address some of those feelings, but obviously, like anything, it's a continued work of progress. And so I just ask that we just continue to uplift those young men and young women, and especially those families, so that we can continue to do our best to serve them. That's all, my report.
Thank you. Dr. Benitez.
Sorry, Madam President, I'm trying to condense this. Don't keep us here longer. But quick report. I had a chance to visit Edison Elementary. They had a special treat, I would say, by one of our partners, Garden Education, Ground Education, sorry. They hatched 400 baby chicks and shared them with multiple schools across our district. So it's awesome to see so many at Edison 5th graders holding baby chicks. And what I wanted to highlight is connected to our curriculum. So every month at Edison, every grade level has a chance to interact in a way that connects to lesson plans and to learning and to all the things that we want our students to know and be able to do. So I wanted to highlight that partnership and opportunity. Also went to Lincoln Elementary School's open house. Big props to Principal Nemec and all the community partners that actually were also there that evening. Went to the Milliken Jazz Festival. Congratulations to all the wonderful jazz musicians that we have in the district. I think there were 7 groups, bands, jazz groups. One of them had all saxophones playing. So just a wonderful, wonderful celebration of music and the students in our district who are so talented. And then I want to also express appreciation for AOC 7, one of our district's community partners, doing wonderful work in and around schools. They had their community partner luncheon this past weekend in celebration of all the additional partners that help advance AOC 7's work, Anaheim, Orange, Cherry, and 7th Street in those communities. That's my report.
Thank you. Mr. Otto?
No report in the interest of time, but I would ask that we adjourn in honor of Carmen Perez.
Okay. Ms. Lopez?
Thank you. I'd like to thank TALB for inviting me to sit in on a meeting where special education teachers discussed, among other things, their challenges with Synergy, a system they feel is not user-friendly, for special education teachers, and their concerns about general education teachers serving as induction coaches for special education teachers. Thank you, TALB, for the invitation. Actually, also since last board meeting, I attended several events. The retirement party of Miss Sophia Griffith, former principal who impacted the lives of many students and educators in LBUSD. I attended a community meeting in North Long Beach where community members and parents who, like me, like to see issues of prostitution and unhoused individuals near some of our schools be resolved. I also attended Polly's Pace and CIC event where parents, students, and educators came together for an evening of fellowship, and the choir concert at Jordan High where students shared their musical gifts and talents. Muir's open house, which included a number of community partners sharing information with parents, and the mural dedication for Billie Jean King. And that was such an honor to attend a celebration for a woman who has opened doors for many female athletes. And to everyone who put all these events together, thank you, because you made them possible, and they were great events. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to just shout out a bunch of events. I'm not going to detail in the interest of time, but last month there was a student art exhibition at the JCC for our secondary schools, and thank you to everybody who makes that possible. I attended the production of Grease at Milliken. That was fabulous. Our quarterly strategic learning journey where we had staff and admin from the district going out into the community. Great event. I hope we continue to do that. One of the best events I've ever attended, CAC, Student Voices. Absolutely wonderful. If you only attend one CAC meeting, I think that would be the annual meeting to attend, is the Student Voices. Reflections, Long Beach Council PTA, it's a all volunteer thing. I did meet a woman from Chicago, and she said that in Chicago they don't have, well, from the area that she was from, they don't have arts in the schools. And so to come to Long Beach where where we have such a robust art program, she just thanked me personally for that. It was interesting to hear, and I'm glad she's in Long Beach now. Patrick Henry, there was a gala for CABE, and they were awarded the Seal of Excellence. That was a very fun evening. Congratulations to the Patrick Henry community for that wonderful award. Ms. Lopez mentioned the Billie Jean King mural dedication. She talked to the kids. She's wonderful with our students. I didn't realize she graduated from Poly, and I know, that makes sense. She has a mural there now. Anyhow, but she told the kids that she wanted them to come away with 3 ideas: relationships, the value in relationships, be a lifelong learner, a problem solver. Failure is feedback. So history tells you about yourself and informs the future. And then she mentioned that over the entrance to Poly, it says enter to learn, leave to serve, something like that. And she made a joke about she really did leave to serve because she was, serving in tennis anyhow. But she did mention that when she was a student at Poly, they did not have girls' tennis. And so it was wonderful for her to come back, and the tennis team all gave her a rose, and it was a special moment. And then also last weekend, there was a Cambodian parade and festival for Sankranta, the Cambodian New Year, where they were celebrating really all Southeast Asia cultures. And I would say, or I would encourage everyone, attend these festivals that celebrate different cultures. It's like traveling without having to get on an airplane. The sights, the smells, the food, the music. hearing a group of 60 monks chant, very special to witness that. And then last night, I attended the Long Beach School for Adults fair. It was so well attended, I had to park all the way in the back. I didn't even know if there was going to be room for me to park, which was fabulous. And I did have an opportunity to speak with a woman from the women's shelter, and we talked about, because I was wearing my, pardon me, I was wearing my LBUSD pin, which the brightly colored, people stop me when they see that pin. Ooh, you work for the district. It's fabulous. And so we talked about the outreach with the women's shelter coming into our secondary schools and talking to our students about relationships, red flags, how you should be treated, how you should treat others, how to recognize problems. And I think, well, what I'd like to do is just put that out there for all of our secondary schools. It costs nothing for the women's shelter to come in and work with our wellness centers, our counselors, whoever, address a group of students. The more we can educate our students, the more we can keep everybody safe and healthy. And now I'll turn it over to the superintendent.
Actually, can I just remind our community that the Black Student Achievement Symposium and opening ceremony and ribbon cutting for the Black Student Excellence, like the center, will be held on May 3rd, and please come. You're all invited. Please put it in your calendars and make it a priority.
Thank you. I have no report tonight, just to wish all who have worked so hard to this point in the school year a wonderful spring break, wishing everyone rest. There will be a message that goes out tomorrow reflecting that, but just appreciation for our team and for you all as well.
Thank you. So without objection, we will adjourn this meeting in honor of Carmen Perez. And our next regularly scheduled meeting is Wednesday, May 7th. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.